Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
Oh, man.
Well, I guess we've got the band back together. Folks, last week I said that Max skipped a debate, and he did.
I thought it was Tuesday, so I didn't even check, and I went to bed early, and then I was like, oh, right, it was a show tonight. And then I saw that it was the debate, and I was like, oh, thank God. But you didn't actually watch the debate.
No, I just played like random.
This is when I'm on. We're forced to watch the fucking thing, right?
I watched the debate. I thought that Dev did a really good job.
Yeah, no, I watched the debate too, and Willie Mack absolutely slayed Hassan, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true, by the way. Hassan got his fucking ass just blown the fuck out live on his own stream today. That was pretty entertaining.
Well, I mean, like those debates at least hold more weight. They have more of an impact.
There's more on the line.
Serious politics than.
Yeah. I mean,
Trump should show up to one of these debates and just sit in the crowd.
Yeah, just watch.
And just watch with like a scowl. And laugh at like 80% of what they say.
I mean, people are saying that Vivek won the debate, but is it really a win?
If you win the nicest guy in prison, does that mean anything?
True.
Like, okay, like, look, Vivek, he's doing great for his own brand and for his future, but the reason a lot of people are saying that, and a lot of people said Nikki Haley won the debate as well. You can't really get around that. Like, it's about split, and it depends on how you feel about fucking war, who you think won.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. A lot of people in like our side of things would certainly err on the side of Vivek won just because he didn't want to bomb the whole fucking Middle East. But if you want to bomb the whole fucking Middle East, you could do a lot worse than Nikki Haley.
You would think that conservatives might wisen up to the danger of the police state and the demonization that has occurred against Muslims, seeing how we're considered the new terrorists now, and it's poised against us. But I guess we just won't learn that lesson.
Yeah,
right?
It's almost like the Patriot Act was aptly named because that's who it was going for.
And with the recent information that we're getting about how, our soldiers are getting hit by rockets in Syria, the real question is, why do we have soldiers in Syria?
Yeah, good question.
Well, also, I love the fact that, Nikki Haley's solution to national security is to, make everyone have
nationalize the internet.
Yeah, because for some reason, mean tweets are like, that's the same thing as like.
So let's talk about some things that were written anonymously. Okay. Common Sense, which as we now know is attributed to its actual author, Thomas Paine. What most people don't know is the original author's name was anonymous. Right. Literally. Common Sense by Anonymous. That, if you aren't aware, was the tract that was getting passed around through the colonies, which questioned if it was actually common sense to have a monarch as opposed to a democratically elected republic. Okay? So common sense is pretty fucking important in American history. It sparked, in many ways, it was the spark that lit the revolution as much as anything else. And it came out long before any Declaration of Independence or any of that other stuff. This was talking to the normal person and like, hey, why should we fucking pay the king anything? What's the king doing for us? And furthermore, why do we need a fucking king? That's the point of Common Sense. And by the way, if you have not read it, it's a short read. It's only a few pages long. And I highly recommend that you should read it. It's one of the most significant works in pre-American history, right? In pre-revolution history. And it was written anonymously. Why? Because the person, and now we know who wrote it. So it was written anonymously because the king could have had his fucking head cut off. You're questioning the divine right of kings? That's illegal. Secondly, why do we know that Thomas Paine wrote it? Well, because there was a revolution and he wasn't worried about the fucking king anymore. Another one, written anonymously. The Federalist Papers. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. And it's funny because Nikki Haley claims to like love the Federalist Papers and all that. So it's kind of ironic that the same woman who claims to love like all this literature that was once written by Anons.
How about this? Like let's not go too silly with it, right? But like Frankenstein was originally published anonymously. Obviously, this is not a political thing, right? It's a horror story. I mean, there's implications and whatnot. It's about philosophy and things like that. But the real reason is A, it was a really fucked up, dark story, and B, she's a woman, right? Well, so Mary Shelley published it anonymously.
Well, authors use pen names and aliases all the time.
Yeah. How about have you ever read Sir Gawain in the Green Knight? This is a J.R.R. Tolkien book that was actually an anonymous book.
It's a stage name, and that's what people use online. Like when they use a screen name, that's the equivalent of a stage name,
pen name.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, like when you're performing, like I'm a performer, right? When I go online, I use Smuly. It's
if you're writing in text, it's a pen name. If you're
wait, okay. Shmuly's not your real name?
No, it is.
He's one of those weirdos that, like, yes, it is his name, but also he thinks that if he uses it as a pen name because it's such an unusual name, that motherfuckers are going to think it's fake. He's such an asshole. He thinks he's so fucking... Yeah. Why is Smugly here?
But, I mean, if we're just going to throw shade at Nikki Haley, like, why are we not pretending that she's just a CIA shill?
No, we're not. Yeah, she is.
Remember when her and the other sort of neoconservatives and conservative talk radio invoked the Holocaust to justify sending our soldiers to Kurdistan to stand up against the Turks, a NATO member, because they said that they were all going to be exterminated? Then President Trump said no. And then the Kurds made a deal with Assad and the Turks, and no genocide happened, and no apology was given, no consideration was given, that they were so horribly wrong that it could have resulted in a war. It could have resulted in the death of young men.
It could have theoretically resulted in fucking World War III if we get into a fucking fight with NATO.
Yeah.
The argument is to use our soldiers' bodies as human shields.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nikki McCain, right?
Well,
I can't wait to hear her new rendition of Bomb Iran.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's wrong-headed. Anyone who's falling for that has not learned the lesson of the Bush era, and then the subsequent lesson of the last 20 years when we saw the institutions built by Bush turned against the very people. Because here's the thing here's the real
Patriot Act, which was meant for patriots.
Well, here's the real secret
from the beginning
about how institutions work. There actually isn't that many radical Islamic terrorists in America, but you know what would get your budget turned up if you turned every redneck with a Trump bumper sticker on his truck into a potential terrorist. That would really get your budget up, wouldn't it?
Well, it would certainly give you an advantage when you appeal for your next year's fiscal budget, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot more of those.
You know, and there's an example of this in recent history. I think I've discussed it on the show before. They did exactly that in 2011 when they didn't have patriot groups nearly as much to go after, and the Tea Party hadn't quite hit its stride. What did they do? They said, Juggalos, ICP fans are a gang. And all of these local law enforcement agencies then said, we have a guy that wears an ICP shirt in town. We need that gang funding. And these towns, these small towns in the middle of nowhere, by the way, got fucking Bearcats and all kinds of militarized equipment, riot fucking gear, all that shit to deal with. They have one guy that wears an ICP shirt in town. But the FBI said that's a gang member.
Well, because
now you can get your police funded with some cool toys. So why wouldn't they?
But no, guys, we have to stoke up hatred and fear of the other in order to justify strengthening the institutional power that, you know, has been shown to be weaponized against us. Good thinking.
Yeah, and in every case, the Juggalos no exception. In every case, that's exactly what they do, right? They're like, oh, but look, there's this one guy that killed somebody. There's a clear threat to people's safety. Just like now, all these people are a fucking threat. Look, I get it. Like, if people are getting into actual violence, that's a whole nother crime. But as far as I'm concerned, these protests are nothing, like both sides of it are nothing but a bunch of people in America, mostly who've never even been outside of America, because it's mostly fucking middle-aged white women on both sides.
Yeah.
And they're fighting each other. They're just screaming at each other. It serves no fucking. Let them fucking. If they're getting into violence, well, you know, that's not allowed. That's a crime. Mop that shit up. But otherwise, if they have, look, I don't care if they're actual Nazis. If they're being non-violent, they have a goddamn right to protest. Sorry if that's not a popular fucking take.
Now, I love
this. The take that's been upheld by the fucking Supreme Court. So tell me how I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, I love the poetic justice of a lot of these Ivy League school, what would you call them? Activists, right?
I prefer slacktivists, but go on.
Slacktivists getting canceled for supporting Palestine. I love it because they would have supported us getting canceled or whatever. But like at the end of the day, it's like, no, they should have freedom of speech to fucking say what they say, you know. But I do love the idea of like Harvard activists who would have told you that they were against freedom of speech, now reaping what they sow.
Here's the thing about free speech that's really important. If I ask the question, do you believe, and then I insert X group should have the right to speak in public? If there is any group that you say no to, obviously it's non-violent. They're not fighting anybody. They're not threatening anybody, right? They may be in the meta. See, the Nazis, people say, oh, they're threatening people. Yeah, Brandenburg v. Ohio says that you can actually make policies that would be a threat to certain people as a statement, as a political statement, completely legally. So yes, it is legal for them to say that. It doesn't mean you have to like it. It doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't mean that it's okay. It means that they can fucking say that. So when you ask the question, should the Nazis be allowed to speak in the public square? Yes. Should the Palestinian people be allowed to speak in the public square? Yes. Should the Jews be allowed to speak in the public square? Yes. Should the communists be allowed to speak in the public square? Yes.
Yes.
They don't have this. It's not reciprocal on their end. They don't think we should be able to speak in the public square, but that's exactly what separates us from them. The moment we start saying these people can't speak in the public square, we are the left.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree that they have the right to do so, and I would defend it. I just find it so poetic and beautiful.
I'm with you. Like it's funny to watch them get a taste of their own medicine. I just don't want people to lose sight. Go ahead.
I think it's funny that like all these that like this was the and Candace Owens actually brought this up when she was on Tucker's show earlier, but she brought up the fact that like a lot of these, big lefty groups, like they've been calling for the genocide of white people and
land
in
back.
so many words, yeah.
Christians, and and they've done it peacefully, so they have the right to, right? And so nobody's minded, but all of a sudden they're calling for the genocide of Jews, which is moral wrong, but they also have the right to say it. But now that's what is that is what is finally waking some people up. And
Well,
I
I'll
don't know.
tell you,
It's just
it's more fashion.
yeah.
We don't. I was making this observation earlier. We don't actually have like real fashion trends like in the 2000s, the 90s, the 80s, and beyond. There was always like popular women's fashion, right? It's not as unified today. It's a lot more, there's a lot of different fashions that could be hot at any given time. But what is fashionable is your political beliefs, right? So in 2020, it was really fashionable to be BLM. It was fashionable to be pro-COVID, pro-lockdowns, pro-mask. 2021, you can find your different. Ukraine is the fashionable thing in 2022. Now it's fucking hating Israel is the fact. And you notice that the majority of the people you see at these protests, at least domestically in America, not talking about the whole world here, are mostly, or at least a large percentage of them, are 30 to 50-year-old white women.
Yeah,
On both sides.
And we've talked about why that is on this show too. It all comes down to women. I mean, men get upset by this too, but especially women get upset by the sight of children, being killed in viral videos because of their maternal instincts.
They love the chance to be fashionable. That's why I'm using the term fashion. This is a fashion statement. It's not a statement of deep, well thought. These people, most of them don't know anything about the history of Israel, right? At all. Like they don't know this shit. They get it in like 10 minutes from a YouTube video, and they're out at the fucking protest because this is what's hot in this season, right? You want to go down the fucking runway, you better be wearing a fucking Free Palestine flag and a fucking burqa.
I think for people who adopt the ideas, like you said, the latter, not the former, it's very academic. And I think you underestimate the degree to which they've seen any media that shows the actual negative repercussion of those ideas when implemented in real life. They just learned it somewhat from college, and like it sounds as if like oppressor oppressed kind of a thing. Whereas with the terror attack in Israel, it's not for them a academic, abstract oppressor thing. They saw videos of people being shot, and then when they see people go, well, that's decolonization, that's land back, they're shocked by that.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Conversely, the pro-Palestine protesters, they see the fucking kids getting bombed in a hospital or whatever.
Yeah, whereas like, you and I,
and again, as I've said repeatedly, I just want them to stop. Like my ideal is everybody stops killing each other, but that ain't gonna happen.
But when you're looking at this like academic, anti white or whatever ideas, it for most people it's going to be very academic, and they're never going to see the media thing where like the school in California instituted segregation and created black only spaces,
right?
Like most of these people are not seeing any kind of actual thing, so it's just viscerally different because of the media environment.
Right. Yeah. And there's that too.
Well,
I think
what other culturally unifying things are there out there besides these hot button political debates?
Mhm.
That's why I compare it to fashion, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Like a lot, like I agree that the intellectual core of a lot of those people are academic, and the average person has only heard about it academically in that sense. I agree. But they're also just reacting emotionally.
Right.
You know, they have a very, very vague understanding of what's going on over there, and usually it's framed by their leftist college professors.
This is a very like American trait, is to not really understand the nuances at all and to have a morally black and white issue based on your own internal politics from within the U.S.
And I mean, to be fair, at least, you know, just
Why
speaking
we're the
for
greatest country in the fucking world, though. Still, and if you don't believe that, leave. Like legitimately. Like if you don't believe America is the best place in the world, why are you here?
Yeah, go to Israel, right?
Go to Gaza. Right? All these free Palestine, I don't see them flocking to fucking go to Gaza right now.
Well,
decolonization, this is great. I don't see them going over there to help.
Well, that's my whole.
I see them in New York City trying to get on TV. Trying to go viral on the internet. They ain't give a fuck about fucking Gaza.
Well, Ben Shapiro should send his son to go fight for Israel, right? If it's
Ben Shapiro, as far as I understand, is in pretty decent health. He should go fight.
Yeah.
If he feels so strongly about it. I would respect him. I would respect him more, even if he didn't take a combat role. If he just said, okay, you know what? Yeah. I'm going to go over there and help the fucking troops out. Cool.
Yeah, well,
I mean, report live from it, right?
Report live. Yeah. Be the embedded Israel reporter or whatever. Like, sure. Yeah. I could see that.
I would actually probably watch his videos if he did that.
And see, and here's the thing is like, Ben still wants blood, but here's my question. The fucking casualty rate is I think it's like 150 to 1 at this point. Like, at what point, Ben? At what point have you fucking got enough get back? At what point? Is it when you kill every Palestinian? You know? Like, let's be real. Let's say at what point would Ben be satisfied?
I mean, the last I heard, so I do listen to Ben's podcast on occasion.
I know he's opposed to a ceasefire. That there says everything I need to know.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to play the.
Actually, he's calling people who want a ceasefire anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
but like I've said all along, I just want people to stop killing each other. That's the like. I don't care if they're Jews or Muslims. I think it would be better if you just stop killing each other.
Well, Max,
crazy.
Well, Max, this is Ben Shapiro, and
I know.
What you fail to understand, Max, is that by not wanting either of the Israelis or the Palestinians to kill each other, by not wanting either of them to die, you're anti-Semitic because.
It's very simple, Max. You don't want the streets to run red with blood.
Even if
that's a bad look.
Well, even if the Palestinians aren't actively killing the Jews, they still support Hamas, and so that kind of means that indirectly they do, even though they don't.
Okay, look. A lot of free Palestine protesters in America support Hamas. Does Ben Shapiro support killing American citizens?
I mean,
no, honest question. Does he support killing American citizens who also hold those beliefs?
I actually...
You have never done any... Like, look, if you commit violence, that's one thing, right? But say you think that decolonization of Israel is good or whatever, okay, that's a legal opinion to have in this country. Whether people like it or not, it is. Okay? So if Ben Shapiro thinks people who support Hamas should die, then does he support the killing of American citizens for legal free speech? Simple question. I would love Ben Shapiro to answer that. He's not going to.
Yeah,
Because
I
he
can't
knows what the answer has to be in order for him to keep his fucking position at the Daily Wire, even though he owns the fucking place, because he's gonna fight. Like, he's already doing a number on his fucking reputation anyway, but like he'll shit it into the bed because he's gonna say, yeah, we should get rid of those terrorists, because like, look, if the Palestinian guy, his only crime, is that Hamas committed a terror attack. Now this guy, let's say Mr. Palestine guy, we'll call him Muhammad because that's probably his name. Muhammad unfortunately was born in Gaza, right? He's lived there his whole fucking life. But Muhammad, not really a political guy, maybe not even a very smart guy, right? Muhammad, he's religious, right? He's Muslim. He raises his kids, he goes to work every day. He works at the shit shoveling factory, and he just shovels his fucking shit all day, and he goes home. He hears about the terrorist attack, and he's like, oh man, this is going to make things fucking shitty over here, but I don't know anything about any of that. And as far as they all told me, it's fucking fine. Ben wants to kill that guy. Well, I don't.
Well, here's another one.
Like,
right?
Objectively, am I wrong when I say objectively by what he's advocating for, Ben Shapiro wants to kill our Muhammad character?
Yes. He does because I could actually say definitively yes, because Max, what you're missing, according to Ben Shapiro's logic, is that our guy Muhammad is, because he's in Gaza, he's, by Ben's logic, he's automatically an anti-Semite. Therefore,
right,
Therefore, that makes him a terrorist, and therefore he deserves to die, according to Ben's logic.
Yeah, I just wonder where the logic is there. Facts don't care about his feelings either. He's very emotional right now. And to be completely honest, I can understand why Jewish people get emotional watching this happen. Look, I've always supported the right to Israel self-determination as well as Palestinian self-determination. Right. And that's why I say that the problem is that they both want their own, but not the other guys.
But
it leads to fucking violence. That's always been the case in human history. You live side by side, two cultures, right? Side by side, that both want the self-determination for themselves, but fuck the other guy.
Yeah.
How do you fucking fix that? Eventually, you wipe each other out. And that's
I just hate to see the fact that our country seemingly wants to put its nose into every irretractable ethnic fucking conflict in the planet.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't see how this benefits our empire.
Fuck the empire. Fuck the empire.
Our trade's going, like, is trade going to stop? No.
Fuck the empire. How does it help you?
Exactly.
Most Americans don't give a fuck about the empire. I get it. Like, that's kind of an academic way of looking at it. But most Americans don't give a fuck about that. But what they do give a fuck about is when we go and stick our nose in these fucking hornets' nests, we get fucking stung. You end up with a fucking son coming back in a body bag, inflation through the fucking roof. You can't afford anything. It's hard to get work, and we have a housing crisis.
Well, here's an example of when it was done right, and I was very glad
an immigration crisis.
I was very glad to see the Ethiopian Civil War. It was great. We didn't pick a side. It wasn't in the news. You probably didn't know about it, audience. But there was a war in Ethiopia like 2 years ago, and it happened. And I don't know who won.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the sides. It doesn't matter. We didn't get involved. You notice how everything kept going?
Yeah, they had duct tape on all of their weapons. It was really funny. Yeah, if you see videos of this shit, it's great.
Didn't even know.
Well, and the other thing too is, like, all these people who were saying that Vietnam was a mistake. are now the same ones who are saying that like we should go into Ukraine or into is Israel. It doesn't really matter the conflict. I guess what I'm saying is us intervening in foreign conflicts in general just hasn't really worked out for us since World War II, basically.
Korea.
Maybe maybe Korea.
I don't know if that worked.
Maybe Korea.
I don't know if it worked
Maybe.
out. I think it's like a kind of like a split decision, I guess.
Yeah.
Like we held off the commies from taking the whole of the Korean Peninsula, which is notable, but MacArthur wanted to fucking nuke the Chinese.
Oh, we could have done better, but like when I look at
But it wasn't
net,
I get what you mean. It wasn't a quagmire like Vietnam and Iraq.
Right.
Yeah.
It could have been. It absolutely could have been. It probably would have been if anybody but Douglas MacArthur was in charge as well, but
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there.
What I'm saying is that like the generation that was saying that like Vietnam was a mistake, the boomers were also the ones that then saying we need to go into, Iraq and Afghanistan. And now
I want to point something out is that the people advocating for both sides that are not advocating for a ceasefire, whether they're advocating for Israel, whether they're advocating for Hamas, not Palestine, Hamas, the people advocating for either one of those sides, like what are they gonna win if their team wins? Do you know what I'm saying? And also, I would argue that the majority of these people are either lower middle class or underclass. They're the poor. The poor are the ones taking up these fucking bougie causes of some fucking struggle in a faraway country. I think even Marx himself would find that disgusting. I think even Marx would be like, bro. Engels would be like, I don't know about that. Not to give those guys more credit than they deserve, but like legitimately, if you read Marx and Engels, like they wouldn't be like, oh, the poor should take up for some other fucking country. Like, no.
Well,
the working class should care about the material conditions of the working class, not some people over there.
Marx said pretty choice words for the Jews.
He did. He wrote a book on the Jewish question, yes, and it was not a glowing recommendation of them.
Well, he said that they wouldn't exist without capitalism, and this was a good thing.
Yeah.
Which is
they would. The Jews won't exist without capitalism. Now, here's my solution to get rid of capitalism. Yes, so that's Marx in a nutshell.
Now,
where do you think Hitler got it? Like, legitimately, not even like joking or memeing. Where do you think Hitler got it from?
The commies. Well,
from Marx, specifically from On the Jewish Question by Marx.
Right.
He cited that as a work that he found profound.
Well,
it was not at the time that Karl Marx published Das Kapital and then the Communist Manifesto. It was a very common socialist opinion, right?
Yeah.
Like especially, the anarchists said the same.
European socialists.
Yeah.
But that's because there was less Jews here.
Mm-hmm.
The big waves of Jewish immigration came in the 20th century.
Well, they thought it was a particular subversion of socialism by them.
Well, people always forget that that like one of the letters in National, I mean it was the National Socialism Party. That's what Nazi is basically.
Well,
it's
said
not
that
right wing per se.
And this is the gist. It's not an exact quote, but he said that he stripped out at all but the essential essence of Marxism.
Right. But you know who is offering solutions that don't require violence, unlike Ben Shapiro's, is Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner's solution
Love that.
is entrepreneurship in the region, starting businesses and introducing the Arab world to basically, capitalism.
To owning the sweat of your own brow, so to speak. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what he was. That's
and
also, look, Trump, I give a lot of credit for the North Korea diplomacy he did, and he went there.
Yeah.
But Jared Kushner was at the forefront of that, and he was pushing the same strategy. Well, Kim, if we can make some peace over here, we can get you McDonald's. We can start buying your rare earth minerals. McDonald's, I know that people think that that's silly, but Kim actually likes McDonald's. We're offering McDonald's in Korea, not just because, America, McDonald's, but Kim liked it, and that was a fucking bargaining chip, and that was suggested by Jared Kushner.
One of the things that Kim did bring to him in particular was the resort that Kim is building.
Yeah. Which is still being, built by the same plans since the day one. And the idea of opening up, they've had meetings of families from North and South Korea now a couple of times, even since Trump's not there anymore. Like the diplomacy he's done, yeah, it's not perfect. And yeah, Kim still fires rockets and it still does, weird shit. But some of the things that Trump started are still ongoing. And especially because the current president of South Korea came in on a wave of basically make Korea great again. And he's like, I'm not going to fuck around with Kim anymore. We're going to fucking stand our ground. South Korea is one of the strongest economies in the whole world.
Well, a thing to understand about not Asian culture, but Asian diplomacy, and then particularly Korean culture, is that you basically peacock that you're strong to the other guy. Often will be like threats, right? And then one side invites the other to meet, and then you have your meeting.
Yeah, you know who else operates like that?
African Americans,
gangsters.
Yeah,
gangsters. It's gangsta shit. No, seriously. Like if you're out in the fucking street and somebody fucking starts fucking wilding out at you, and you fucking just, I'm gonna fucking, let me look at the floor. You're gonna get your fucking shit kicked in. But if that guy's like, hey, I'm gonna fucking blah 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 blah, and you run up in his face like, what, motherfucker? Maybe you fucking deck him one. Maybe you snuff that motherfucker right in his grill piece. But then all of a sudden he wants to talk. That's Asian politics.
You have to understand the genius of Trump's thing, which was basically North Korea makes a hollow, empty threat like they do regularly, and he calls them out on it and says, "I got a bigger one. I got a bigger bomb."
That's right. That's one of the smartest American diplomacy things I've ever seen, actually.
And then after that, they go through the back channel and say, I would like to come see you and talk with you. And of course, because of Korean culture, he's not going to turn down that.
Right.
Well, and that was also
Trump was uniquely suited to be that guy because he's been doing business with Asian people for fucking 50 years or whatever.
Yeah.
So he knows that, because that's how they do business as well. Trust me, especially Koreans. You gotta be a tough guy. You gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to do business with Koreans, because they will be a hard ass.
Yeah. No, well, and
I love them to death, but don't try and fucking pussyfoot around with some fucking Koreans. Don't try. You gotta be fucking sure yourself. You gotta fucking say what you mean and fucking have a little bit of bass in your fucking voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they talk like that. They're
Shmuly's not even being racist, ladies and gentlemen. He's being accurate.
Yeah, that's a fair Korean accent if the words are gibberish,
Yeah. Well, that's
I've done business with a lot of Koreans. That's a fair Korean accent he just did.
But no, if Trump were still president when the Afghanistan poll had happened, it wouldn't have gone down the way it did because, like even the Taliban, they respected Trump partially because they were afraid that he might be like a little bit batshit crazy, and so they were like, "Oh
But
shit!"
also, he talked with them. He let them
Yeah.
come. This is not a thing Obama did. This is not a thing Bush did. He had them come to the table and say, okay, how can we make your country whole again so we can go the fuck home? And they said, well, we want this, that, and the other. And the fucking provincial government that we had set up was like, well, we need this, that, and the other. We obviously sided with the fucking provincial government for the most part. However, Trump had made some compromises possible. It was the only reason that they were going to have a withdrawal at all. And Biden took most of that shit off the table. That's why the Taliban was so fucking furious. But then they were like, you know what? Okay, we'll take all your fucking shit and we'll take the whole country then. If you're going to fuck this whole thing up, then we're just going to benefit from it. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, we just arbitrarily broke our side of the deal.
Yeah. Yeah, like, God,
Yeah.
wait, America breaking its end of a fucking treaty? God damn, when would that ever happen before?
20 as I ran it a few weeks ago, 20 years down the fucking drain in a matter of fucking hours. And that's what turned me into an anti-war. Because I was, as I've explained, I was for the Iraq war because, like most conservatives at the time, I thought we were there for humanitarian reasons. And
Is really? Is that it, like, I've never heard that argument. We're there for humanitarian reasons? Oh, was it Saddam gasses his own people or whatever?
Yeah. I'm not talking like the Warhawks who.
Right. I get you now. I forgot that there's that meme that he gassed his own people or whatever.
Yeah. No, I would
not call the Kurdish rebellion his own people necessarily, but
Yeah, where'd he get the gas?
Yeah, where'd he get the gas?
Oh, we gave it to him.
Yeah, well,
but to be fair, the Kurds weren't so much, and I'm not shitting on them. They weren't so much his own people though. They were like opposed to his government.
Yeah.
They were actually fighting against the Iraqi military and shit. So I'm not saying it's good. I am anti-war. I'm just saying, the easy to sell meme of he gassed his own people, it not so fucking black and white.
I'm just saying that.
And then that doesn't excuse what we did at Abu Ghraib.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it does. What I'm saying though is that like a lot of well-meaning conservatives like myself who are now like anti-war, like were once kind of, I don't want to say pro-war, but we were pro-interventionist.
No, you were pro-war. You were pro-war. You don't want to say that, but you were.
Right.
Because that's what it amounts to. You can call it pro-intervention, but it's pro-war at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And you see that now, and that's what's important. It's not what you believed back then isn't what's important, right? Because you're saying, especially because you're saying now, look, I was wrong in hindsight, and because of things that I've seen, and particularly because of the fucking botched Joe Biden withdrawal. Yeah, if I could go back in time, I would change, my opinion.
Yeah,
like that. There's nothing wrong with that, and anybody who gives you shit about that doesn't actually care about the issue.
Well,
they care about scoring points.
Well, and Tucker Carlson has said the same thing basically. That he was very pro-war, and he's gotten shit on by a lot of people who, I once liked for saying that too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get this meme. I don't necessarily get this meme that Tucker is like alt-right or whatever. He's he's just very anti-war. He almost kind of seems like a pacifist in a lot of ways from what I've seen.
He's coming from the same school of thought now that I had been brought up into, this Paleocon. But now Trump, see, it can't be paleo anymore, right? This is what I've been thinking about. We used to call it Paleocon. For anybody that's like not been around, there's Neocons, neo meaning new, right? And the flip side of that in the 80s, 90s, 70s even was like the John Birchers and so on and so forth. And the term for that was Paleoconservative. Why paleo? Because paleo means old, right? So we were the old guard. Rush Limbaugh was the old guard for the most part. He had some neocon opinions over the years, but usually it was like pragmatic rather than like
right.
But yeah, and the thing is, who was bigger among the populist conservatives than Rush Limbaugh? Nobody. It was not even a fucking contest. Like if Rush Limbaugh had run in a primary against George W. Bush, Rush Limbaugh would have ended up president. He just didn't want the fucking job. He said so very vocally. And you know what I mean? Like, he didn't want in politics. He wanted to do his show. But like, he was way more popular than any. Like, I mean, look at it like this: who's more popular among Republicans? Let's do some polling here. Who's more popular among Republicans? John McCain or Rush Limbaugh?
Rush Limbaugh.
Mitt Romney or Rush Limbaugh?
Limbaugh.
Bob Dole or Rush Limbaugh?
Bob Dole.
I mean, I wasn't around for the Bob Dole, but I would say probably Rush Limbaugh if I had to guess. Yeah,
that's the biggest win of all of them. Yes. And that's the thing. And then you can throw in both the Bushes as well, right? If you want to say what's the last Republican candidate or president that was more popular than Rush Limbaugh, the answer is Reagan.
Yeah,
and I think to some degree that includes Trump. I think Rush overall was more popular, especially in his prime, than Trump when he won. So my point in all this is that core of the paleos never went away. We just got to taken over by the neocons, and for whatever reason, nobody wanted to hear the paleos anymore. And then a lot of them split off and went and joined like Ron Paul and the libertarians, and I'm guilty of the same thing because we didn't find a place in the Republican Party. We didn't find a place in the Republican Party till Trump. Yeah. And that's it. But then I never found my place I got kicked out of the Libertarian Party.
I got kicked out. I mean, I guess I'll say I was a neocon, early on, and I got kicked out of the National Review Club because I was like, this
based, by the way.
Yeah, I'm like,
God, I'm like, I would bring that up constantly.
That's the most base thing Sam has ever fucking said on this show.
That should be like a thing like in your marketing for the show.
Yeah, banned from the National Review Club.
Yeah, no, I was banned by the National Review Club because I wouldn't stop retweeting Andrew Breitbart when he was alive, and he would just like retweet like the most insane liberal tweets and just quote tweet him going LOL. And the thing is you weren't supposed to dialogue with liberals. You were just supposed to write like long, boring ass think pieces as to why you're better than them that no one would read because National Review columns are very long and tedious to read.
Right, and they're the reason that the neocons fucking took it over to begin with.
Yeah,
right. Like the National Review is it's rough, but no, like that paleo core was always there, but the people seeking power weren't the same. So like this, I mean, it goes back to something we always talk about, which is like the managerial class, right? The average Paleocon Rush listener wasn't in politics. In fact, they were listening to Rush on their way to work or at work.
Yeah.
Right. And so this is why there was that disconnect between the party and the base that Trump could take advantage of, because all Trump had to do, what actually drove Trump to popularity? Do you know what the one issue is him talking about that actually made him a viable candidate to begin with?
The economy?
Immigration. Everybody talked about the fucking economy. Like every politician talked about the fucking economy.
Yeah,
None of them wanted to address the border issue. And
you're right.
Republicans. John McCain and George W. Bush had in 2007 concocted a goddamn amnesty bill. So the Republicans were all for mass immigration. And I would say the neocons still are. But they understand that the Republican base isn't anymore. But for a while, it didn't matter because the neocons basically said, oh, you paleos, you Rush people. You going to vote for Obama? And people were like, oh, no, I'll vote for Mitt Romney. Not me. I'm not stupid. That snake. How can it? Honest question. How can anybody like look at Mitt Romney and listen to him speak for 5 minutes and not realize that he's a shyster? He has black snake eyes.
He
looks like the devil.
My whole thing with Mitt Romney is this guy seemed boring. Like,
yeah.
Like the guy who's you're right. Not only is he a shyster, but he's the neighbor who like pretends to be a goody two shoes, but then like has
is a pedophile.
Yeah, basically.
Not that I'm saying Mitt Romney is a pedophile, although
no, but
very possible.
But the Mormon Church has some.
I'm not even talking about a Mormon church. I mean, he's in that managerial elite class, and a lot of them do have some proclivities. So you never know.
Yeah.
He's in their club.
But
might want to look at the Epstein flight logs and check for a Romney trip. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Well, and I mean the thing.
I wouldn't be. Look, I'm not saying Mitt Romney eats innocent babies, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the idea of him sitting down and doing so, like, just imagine his fork and knife. You know what I mean? It's pretty funny.
This seems like a delicious baby.
Yeah. He would like have a cover over it. He'd like bring it out on like a metal plate and then lift the cover up and put on his like nice thing. And he like tuck the what do you call it? His napkin into his shirt. You know,
he'll use all the right forks.
Yeah.
And then he pulls the top off the platter. The baby's still alive. It's screaming.
Well, remember when he just like tied his dog, like put it in a cage and then tied it to the roof of his car when he was moving?
Yeah. Remember the binders full of women?
I remember.
No, you know what? It's like actually, like maybe I'm being a bit too hard because Mitt Romney. You ever see that show Third Rock from the Sun?
Yeah,
where they're like aliens in human bodies that don't understand anything. Doesn't he seem like he's one of them?
Yeah, no.
Like he could be the next cast member on that show, and it wouldn't even be out of play. He does a guest spot, and it's like, oh, here's a cousin Mitt. And he's like, yes, where can I get some baby?
Well, no. Well, okay. Aside from all the baby eating accusations, he just seemed a little too like goody two shoes and whatnot, right? And Trump wasn't like all these, like prim and proper conservatives were like, oh my God, Trump hung out with like celebrities and slept with like
Bro, Trump going in to the UFC fight. Did you see this?
Yeah.
With Kid Rock, Vince McMahon,
Yeah.
and Dana White, and Mike Tyson, all walk into the UFC fight together and sit down and watch it. I'm just like, the picture of the four of them, that is my conservatism right there.
Yeah. No, because Apex was DMing me being like, dude, did you, because he was watching the fight and he was like, dude, did you see that? And I was like, yeah, that was cool.
That should be a campaign t-shirt picture right there. Just a picture of Kid Rock,
the
Trump, Vince, and Dana White on a shirt, and nowhere, you don't need words for that. Just show that picture. Just like the mugshot. The mugshot doesn't need fucking words. Everybody knows what it means.
I've seen,
and both sides know what it means in different ways.
Yeah. Well, and I love how the DeSantis doomers on Twitter are like, oh, that was a publicity stunt, the UFC thing.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
And they, well, yeah, and they were saying like it's a bad thing, right? And I'm like, I just quote tweeted and I'm like, and like,
yeah, Biden better not attend any sporting events then.
I can't imagine. Here's the thing.
I'll say this though. I know for a fact that Trump enjoys a good fight because that's been him long before he was a fucking political guy.
Yeah, I remember being like 10 or 11.
He runs 3 of the biggest boxing arenas in America since the fucking 80s. I was gonna say 70s, but I'm pretty sure he bought them in the 80s.
I remember watching like one of Mike Tyson's first fights on YouTube, like when I was like a teenager, and the ring announcer like mentioned like, oh, and there's Donald Trump, and this was like 1986. I'm like, oh, cool, it's that guy from The Apprentice, because that's what I knew him as.
Trump and Mike Tyson have been personal friends since then, since the 80s, since Mike was barely a fucking adult.
Yeah.
And look, man, I think very highly of all the men involved that I just mentioned. Dana White, like his career speaks for itself. He took this niche, silly product where we'd have, a sumo wrestler is going to fight a karate guy. And it's stupid. UFC was stupid. For those that don't understand, go watch some 90s UFC. It was fucking a joke. Dana White bought it and turned it into the biggest sport outside of like football in America.
Yeah.
Just overnight, basically, because there was a hunger for that. Vince McMahon built a fucking wrestling empire, the likes of which we'll probably never see again. Mike Tyson is not only probably the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. Muhammad Ali fans, eat shit. Mike Tyson in his prime would eat Muhammad for breakfast. All right. Cassius Clay is a draft dodging commie, and he does have the cardio, right? He has the agility. Guess who else has them? Prime Mike Tyson. And guess who was faster and hit harder? But that's besides the point. Mike Tyson, beyond boxing, is one of the most inspirational stories. Like, read his autobiography. I'm not fucking kidding. Read. If you think Mike Tyson is stupid because you've seen memes and you've heard the media make fun of him, like, bro, that dude has read more books than I could ever hope to read.
No. Yeah.
Mike Tyson is so fucking smart.
Mike Tyson
and Kid Rock, there's a guy blazing his own fucking trail, making a unique, very American kind of fucking music, to the point that I wrote an article in 2014 on our old website, and I coined the term Kid Rock conservatism. That's the strain of conservatism that I think embodies a lot of Trump people.
Yeah.
We're not city folk. We like beer and hunting and rock and roll, man. And going to the high school Thanksgiving game and fucking watching football on the Sunday and you know what I mean? Like that's the average fucking dude. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I say Kid Rock conservatism, it actually has nothing to do with his music, and you could put a bunch of people in place of it and get the same fucking result. I just think Kid Rock conservatism has a ring to it.
Yeah.
And if you want, why does it work so well? Listen to, and not just the chorus, listen to the lyrics of the song that brought him to national attention, Ba with the Ba. That is the most fucking Trumpian song you could ever have. Because it's this one is for the fucking topless dancers. This one is for the crackheads, the critics, the cynics, and all my heroes at the methadone clinic. All you bastards at the IRS, for the crooked cops and the cluttered. Come on, bro. That's like listen to the fucking lyrics sometime. That was a statement of fucking intent.
Yeah, it's definitely catchy.
It's not even that it's catchy though. Like he's talking about the fucking underclass. You know what I mean? He doesn't give a fuck about the big suits and the managerial elite. He's preaching to the fucking underclass. Trump does a good job of that. It's not a surprise they'd be friends.
Bill Maher had Kid Rock on his podcast earlier this year, and Bill Maher had like the best description of Kid Rock that I've heard, which is, he said, "Kid Rock, you're like the average Joe who always like wanted to be a rock star, and then like you're kind of the character of like what an average guy would think is a rock star." And he totally is.
He's the pimp of the nation.
Like
devil without a cause. You know, it all fits, it all works. But you know, that I like that, right? But that the reason that I can put him with all those other people I mentioned, and I've saved Trump for, you know, Trump's a whole different thing. What is the common factor between Dana White, Vince McMahon, Mike Tyson, and Kid Rock and Donald Trump? They all bust their fucking ass, and they didn't do it the easy way. Not one of them. You think like people are like, oh, well, Vince McMahon has had a wrestling monopoly. You think it was easy to get that? I understand some wrestling fans are still mad that he killed the territories. They're still mad that he killed WCW. But ignoring that, Vince McMahon works harder than most people will ever work in their whole life, and he's fucking 80 something or whatever. Now, I'm talking now, let alone in the fucking 80s. Dude's an absolute like workaholic to a degree that's probably not good. But the man busted his ass. Kid Rock, you know, people think, oh, well, Kid Rock, he came out of nowhere with that Ba with the Ba song, like I just mentioned. No, Kid Rock had a fucking album out in like 1988 called Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast. Look it up. Kid Rock was around. Yeah. He was on the local scene, and he was busting his ass. He got a record deal because he was out there handing out flyers, just like I mentioned, you know, ICP is another good one. That whole fucking Detroit underground music scene, except for Eminem. The only one that didn't go this path was Eminem, but they were all out there handing out flyers. They're going to the local shows. They're fucking printing their own records. They're selling their own records on the streets, right? To get somewhere, to fucking get noticed. They didn't take no for an answer ever. Kid Rock's one of them. Vince McMahon's one of them. Mike Tyson is one of them. And Donald Trump, sure as fuck, is one of them.
I would say that Rush Limbaugh may he rest in peace is one of them. Do you know, Max, how many jobs from radio Rush got fired from before he became?
I don't know the exact number, but yeah, it's not exactly a small one. Yeah, that's what I figured.
6. That was there. There's a pretty fascinating podcast all about Rush. That's basically about his. It's a podcast like audio documentary, hosted by James Golden, who was his producer.
But that's why I think that picture though of those 5 guys is so important, and what it represents is like that's what we value about America is the idea that you can work hard and make something of yourself.
Well,
And
again,
all of them took different paths, but the commonality is they've all busted their ass to become the absolute top of their field. And you might shit on Kid Rock. You might shit, oh well, Kid Rock, oh, that's some corny 90s music. But the man has sold like 35 million records of just one album.
yeah. Well,
A Devil Without a Cause is like 30 times platinum or something.
I would say that Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley of Kiss, like them or not, but they
And I don't.
Kiss was.
I don't, but I'm not gonna say they don't work hard because they do.
Yeah, no, and that's my point. They're kind of.
I don't know. I don't see the comparison because I'm talking about like right wing salt of the earth guys, and you're talking about some liberal art students. So yes, they have work ethic, but they're not in the same category.
Yeah, well, that's fair. So
right, because I could say Guar too, but like at what point are we being silly? Like the point is that these are all hard-nosed, old school mentality workaholics that have climbed and crawled from the bottom to the top of their respective fields and get respect for it. All together, I think, that really does represent what we want. I want everybody to have the potential, and I don't think it's true right now, but I want everybody in this country to have the potential to be a Kid Rock, to be a Vince McMahon, to be a Donald Trump, or to be a Mike Tyson. Whatever the fuck you want to do, if you want to put in the work, you should be able to fucking do it. But it's really not like that. Not anymore. We need to bring it back.
No.
We need to take America back, so to speak. Because that's America right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think it's.
We need to start by bringing the Whitfield Report to fucking 100 billion listeners a week.
I agree, and look,
you might say that's not possible, Max. There's only 7 billion people in the world, and I would say, yeah, and all 7 billion of them can listen to it fucking 3 times. And then listen to it 3 more times, and then listen to it 3 more times, and then probably listen to it like 6 more times. But then, after you've listened to it like 30 times, if everybody on Earth does, we will get 100 billion a week. That's what you got to do. So listen to the show 30 times.
Yeah. I have been going back and listening to like some of our early episodes from when you first came on. We've come a long ways even in just 8 months or so.
I went and looked at one of the older ones and I couldn't even watch because I was like, oh my God, I was so much fatter. Like my face was way fucking fatter. It's kind of like, oh shit. Same thing with I hate to even bring it up, but I've been mogging Johnny Fox on Twitter, and like the same thing of my old Johnny Fox videos. I was like, oh Jesus, I was so fat 2 years ago. Shit, I can't watch this. Maybe I should take it down. I'm thinking maybe I should take it down because I'm so fat, and I'm like, it's been up for 3 years. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Well, look, I mean,
I was fat. I'm not gonna, rewrite history and make me not fat. So
yeah, but at least you weren't also like, coming on air and being like, I'm gonna lose so much weight by August, guys. I don't even know.
I could have done the grift, like not even the Mersh grift, but like the real grift people do, where they're like, come on my weight loss journey. That's just gay. Because like if you fail, you're such a fucking fool. Like if you at some point, because like a lot of times when you go out and try and lose weight, you'll run into that problem where like you'll quit for whatever reason. You lose your fucking or you've lost enough weight so you're comfortable, or you just really want a fucking chocolate eclair and it starts you down. Whatever. For whatever reason you fall off your wagon, right? Then you have to eat shit. Because you said, oh, I'm going on a weight loss. I'm going to lose this much fucking weight. That's the Mersh thing. But the other one is, even if you follow through with it, it's just too grifty for me. See, what I did was, after I had been on a year of a strict diet and running, I said, hey, I'm not a weight loss journey guy, but I'm proud to say that in this last year, I lost 72 pounds, and then I left it at that. It's more than that now. That was like a month ago, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I think people tend to like broadcast goals instead of just like doing them.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
it's the internet mentality.
yeah. Like
I'm
I
just
could have
old
just
enough to not have that the same way. That like I don't need random strangers' approval on the internet. If I did, I would not say pretty much anything I said tonight. anything I said on any show I've done with Sam, anything I ever said on Cringe. If I was just looking for people to like me, I wouldn't make any of the content I make ever.
Yeah, me either. I mean, heck, if I really wanted the big bucks, and trust me, I still do. But if I wanted to take the easy way to getting the big bucks, I would have sold out and just been like the conservative cripple, wheelchair guy,
like
because
the
you're not.
the handy capable guy.
Yeah, I would have been the conservative handy capable guy interviewing Ben Shapiro like directly from my wheelchair.
You'd be like, look, I may have some disabilities, but God has blessed me with, I'm very capable of things. And you'd make yourself sick.
Yeah. I could have been like Madison Cawthorn. It just had like my two aides on other side of me just like stand me up. For that was
bro, that was great though. That was great. I gotta admit, like, because that was like the last RNC when Trump was running in 2020, right?
Yeah.
And they had a cripple guy stand up through the power of MAGA. I mean, yeah, you could have been that cripple guy. I'm sorry, you could.
I could have. It just.
But then the flip side of that is then you're like gay with your cousin or something. So I don't know. Maybe it's better this way.
Yeah. Well, right. Well. Yeah.
They had their conservative cripple. I can't say. Well, I can, but I don't want to say the F slur.
It's. Oh yeah, no. It's.
I've been avoiding that because I know people say it on Rumble, but like, I try to be. We say enough.
Yeah,
we say enough. We don't need slurs necessarily. I'm just saying that Maz and Cawthorn may be an F slur. Is all I'm saying.
We push the envelope here enough as it is.
Yeah, without slurs, we don't need them to be edgy. You just say, hey, I wish Israel and Palestine would stop killing each other, and it's like, whoa, dude, that's over the line.
If anything, that's like more edgy than
Well, it's funny because like it makes the Nazis look so fucking try hard, because they are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Seth Putnam was already doing it and better like 30 years ago. That would be the singer of Anal Cunt. I know Sam's not well versed on Anal Cunt. But
I saw.
If you're not familiar, audience, if you're not familiar, take 2 minutes of your time and listen to 3 Anal Cunt songs. 2 minutes, 3 Anal Cunt songs, and just type in Anal Cunt on YouTube and pick the first 3 song titles that jump out at you. And oh boy, will some of them jump out at you. Personal recommendation here, you might want to listen to the track You Were Too Ugly to Rape, So I Just Beat the Shit Out of You. You could also listen to Hitler Was a Sensitive Man and Cop Calling F Slur. R.I.P. I'll tell you what, like, all jokes about anal cunt aside and how edgy they were, Seth Putnam is one of the realest motherfuckers I ever had the chance to meet, and the world's the worst place off without him. May he rest in peace. Yeah, but like, yeah, like he was edgier than the whole alt-right just on a record. You know what I mean? Just for fun. And then he'd like, people would get offended by his music. Here's my favorite part about Seth, because I was at an anal cunt concert. It's kind of a famous one. And yes, you can find a young Max if you look at the footage of what happened on YouTube. You could see me. Seth jumps off fucking stage. This is in Boston, because the people aren't listening to the fucking show. Like, you go to a hardcore show of like a small band, and like you're gonna have people there that are there for like a hardcore show, and you're gonna have people there because they got tickets or something, right? Or like that they work for the club or whatever, right? There's reasons they're there that have nothing to do with the fucking band. Seth Putnam didn't like that very much, especially when he was drunk and on stage, and he just jumped off the stage. I'm standing right like next to these people. He jumps off the fucking stage and just starts punching people who weren't fucking into the show, just fucking wailing on everybody like a complete fucking madman.
And if you that was then I've seen that.
If you didn't know Seth, okay, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? But if you did, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Because he's the nicest fucking guy in the world. Not even fronting. And you won't ever find a shred of a public interview or anything he ever said that proves what I'm saying. It's one of these cases of like, source, just trust me, bro. But Seth Putnam, when he wasn't drunk and he wasn't in front of a fucking camera, was like one of the deepest fucking persons I've ever had the pleasure of talking to. But all you're going to see, if you look into him, is him jumping off of stage and beating the shit out of people. Or like shooting heroin on stage. Or beating the fuck out of himself with the fucking guitar fucking stands and shit. Like wrecking cars. You're going to hear stories about him like stealing cars and yeah, he was a madman. But like when you turned it all off, there was a method to the madness.
Based. Yeah, well, some people create like alternative personas, right? To kind of like, I don't know. Sometimes to protect themselves, sometimes it's just a gimmick, right?
Well, it's kind of I was mentioning this today, talking in Gilded about Seth. That's why I brought it up, I suppose, is it's kind of a Northeastern kind of cynical type of humor that you only get from here, where we're like so cynical and so misanthropic that nobody gets it except like a very small percentage of people. Another person that falls in that category is Sam Hyde.
Yeah.
And the thing that both Seth and Sam Hyde were doing, and the reason why they end up being so actually edgy, as opposed to like try hard edgy, is because they are parodying the leftist art that fucking skewers the right. They're doing the same thing. They're being cynical and jaded and taking the worst, least charitable version of what the left believes and shoving it right back in their face.
Yeah.
And that's edgy, man.
Well, like
I know like Sam Hyde's not everybody's cup of tea. Seth Putnam and anal cunt sure as hell is not everybody's cup of tea. But that's what it is they come from that liberal art world, right? There's a lot of that here in the colleges. I believe Sam Hyde went to Brown. Seth went to an art school. I'm just not sure which one. Yeah, there's a lot of, I'm sorry. Yeah, Sam Hyde went to RISD, actually. My bad. I said Brown. Jesus Christ. He might have gone to Brown at one point, but I know he went to RISD, which is Rhode Island School of Design. Again, an art school. And so they were surrounded by this leftist art, which is always subversive against the culture, right? So if you're a cynical, jaded asshole like myself, or a Sam Hyde, or a Seth Putnam, you're going to get real sick of that shit. and you're going to start doing to them what they're doing to everybody else. And that's exactly what is the nature of why it's funny to me.
Is Sam Hyde the
parody of leftist art?
Is Sam Hyde the guy behind the Moon Man, parody videos?
No.
Okay.
Why? That's such a strange thing to even ask. No.
I didn't think so, but like someone asked that in one of my DMs. So.
No, those are all like just like anons, that's just 4chan.
Yeah.
But no, like if you look at old Sam Hyde skits, MDE, even before that, World Peace, even, it is a parody of the type of art that the left was making at the time, from the other perspective, to fucking piss specifically to piss the lefty artists off. That's what it is. He's not like or I'm not speaking for anybody, but like the idea is not to piss off just any old leftist. It's to piss off the artists that you're making fun of, the snobby motherfuckers who think that their shit is, because I went through this in a lot of my artistic career, particularly when I did video, all the way back even in high school. You were especially somebody like me, because I'm like a bit of an edgy guy, so I was supposed to be like serious and make a movie that was like black and white, and had some dark music and didn't make much sense, don't you understand? Yeah. This is like the perfect example is that fucking Damio guy made a video taking a shower in black and white and just cleaning himself, and it's like, it's supposed to mean the renewal of the body, and you know what I wanted to make? Funny fucking video, jokes with my friends, comedy.
Yeah.
You know how fucking well that went over? Like a fucking plate of wet farts. Because, you're not supposed to be funny. You're not supposed to be silly. You're not supposed to do this. This isn't art. That's what they told me, flat out. My high school teacher said, what you're making is not art. And that has always stuck with me ever since.
Well, I mean,
he said it's anti-art. I don't know what anti-art means, but I'll never forget it, that this guy told me my shit, because I didn't want to make, to paraphrase Cartman, gay cowboys eating pudding like every other fucking indie film in the world. Because I didn't want to make that, because I wanted to, I did the first big video that got me in trouble was me and my friends were like, the dangers of our school. And the whole joke was we just walked around like pratfalling, just randomly pratfalling in front of large crowds of people at the school. So I'm over here with the camera, right? And my friend walks, in between class time or whatever, when everybody's walking in the hallways, and just falls flat on his face hard. Like a wrestling bump. And then everybody's like, oh my God, right? And it was just a mixtape of that, right? Reactions of people and us falling down the stairs and being fucking silly. And I brought it in, and my teacher is like, I can't give this a grade. And I was like, why? And he was like, what is the artistic value in this? And I was like, it makes us laugh. Did you laugh when you watched it? And he said, yes, some of it is very funny, but I don't think comedy is art.
Oh, he's one of those assholes.
Yeah. And so like ever since then, I've been in rebellion against whatever they think is art. Because I'll tell you, art is not that static.
No, I got a C- on an art paper because my interpretation of an art piece was different from like what I was supposed to interpret it as. Basically,
I got kicked out of art class but I still was able to take this.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I've
mean,
told
I
you
might-
about my friend's trench coat, right? I think I've told that on the show.
Yeah.
They banned trench coats, so my friend wore nothing but a trench coat, so that when the teacher asked him to take off his trench coat, he was naked.
That's genius.
Yeah, well, dude wore a trench coat. He was a senior at the time, and he wore a trench coat every day since he was a junior, or since he was a freshman, even. And that was his fucking thing, long before Columbine was a fucking thing. And they banned his fucking trench coat. And he's like, they kept telling him to take it off, right? That was like every day he'd wear it. Every day the art teacher in first period would tell him to take it off. So the day he fucking did it, I was like, bro, you're gonna have to take your fucking trench coat off. He's just gonna tell you to do it again. He's like, just watch. He's like, oh, Mr. So-and-so, you gotta take your trench coat off. He just stands up. Bro, I don't know what happened to that dude. I've not seen him since that moment. But my God, what a legend.
I got in trouble back in high school for wearing a trench coat to school, and I didn't even know like why. So here's the thing, like when I was in high school, like I fancied myself kind of like this is how nerdy I was. I fancied myself like an old school journalist type. So I would get dressed up in like a suit and like a tie and a fedora, and I had like one of those like trench coats, like basically I looked like a 1940s Humphrey Bogart. And so for me, like wearing a trench coat was just like a fashion thing, right? Like
Well,
it never
yeah.
even.
But to be fair, he was wearing it in the same reason that Columbine was, and Columbine happened literally like weeks before this.
No, I get that, but
I'm not defending the school because I think the policy's still stupid. I think it was always stupid, but
yeah, no, I agree.
Have to give context.
No, I agree. What's funny about mine though is that like that hadn't even entered my brain, but yet like when I got in trouble,
That's the other thing is you were probably wearing a legitimate trench coat as opposed to Columbine and my friend who wore dusters, which is not the same thing.
Right. No, I was wearing a legit trench coat, but they literally told me like I'm like, why am I in trouble? And they basically were like, because Columbine. And I'm like, okay, first off, I was like a toddler when that happened. Second off, do I look like the type who could like hide gun?
I got myself suspended several times, not for trench coats or anything like that, but I would wear my leather jacket because I rode a motorcycle to school a lot of times. Here's the thing. They wouldn't turn the fucking heat on in that joint. So I would leave my fucking jacket on, and then I'd have this one bitch teacher, fuck you, Mrs. Brown, that fucking would be like, oh, Max, you need to take your jacket off. And I'd be like, fuck you, eat it. And she'd be like, go to the fucking office. And I'd be like, fuck you, I ain't going. Turn the heat on. Turn the fucking heat on, and I'll take my jacket off.
I almost got
suspended multiple times for that. And then when I came back, you'll love this, Sam. You'll love this. I tormented Miss Brown for 2 years, actually. I had to repeat biology, which was a mandatory course, and she was my teacher for both years. The reason I had to repeat biology is because of this kind of shit. So I got back from my first suspension for the coat thing, and I decided I was just going to be an asshole. I had a little cassette deck tape player with big speakers, and I had a copy of WWF The Music Volume 3. And so when Miss Brown would famously show up very late to class. I love that I can use her name, and you don't even know if that's a pseudonym or not because it's Brown. Like it's like the most common name in the world. I could have named her Mrs. Smith. It doesn't matter, right? Or it could be her actual name. It wouldn't matter. You'd never find her. She probably fucking retired anyway. She would come in late. So I had it that I would set up a fucking different wrestler's entrance song so that when she entered the classroom, it was like, do you smell what the Rock is cooking? And Miss Brown walks in like, all right, I had just about enough of this. And then the next day, it's like, are you ready? Then the next day, it's like, and the next day, it's like Hulk Hogan. It was great. Every day, she was a different wrestler. And
But
really hated that. I got suspended no less than 5 times for that.
worth
it.
Did I tell you about how I almost got suspended for bringing a butter knife to school on accident? Have I told you this story?
No.
Okay, so
I want to preface your story by pointing out that we used to bring guns to school. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I got
like legally, like legitimately, and you just keep them in the gun rack of your truck.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, it wasn't just the students that got pussified after Columbine. It was more of the schools.
Well, the only reason the kids got pussified is because it was the schools. But go on, I want to hear the butter knife.
Well, yeah. So when I was in school, I had a basically what they called like an aide who would like help me, like write notes and like help me with my backpack and stuff, stuff like that, basically. And one afternoon, she was like cleaning out my backpack, and there was a butter knife, and I didn't even know how it got there. Now, the school policy was
the real story, ladies and gentlemen, is that Sam got caught in his attempt at a butter knife massacre. They followed this plot. He was gonna come in and he was gonna butter all their biscuits.
Get
the bagel down now. I'm a cream cheese it.
No, that was literally what it is.
I was picturing. Hold on, because you mentioned the trench coat, so I'm just picturing Sam fully decked out like the trench coat mafia in his wheelchair, waving a butter knife around, saying, "Do you believe in God, motherfucker?"
Yeah, but also it shakes a little bit because I have cerebral palsy, so like.
Yeah, so you drop the butter knife like 5 times.
But yeah, no, like
because that's what they thought, right? They freak out because you have a butter knife. It's like they're thinking you're gonna fucking. What are you gonna do? You're gonna butter somebody's toast?
they freaked out because they freaked out over like, and I should as far as like butter knives, it was like.
Bitch, I will decrumb you. I can't go on.
I mean, basically, yeah. But they were like, well, they might have to expel you because of a zero zero tolerance policy. And basically, like my mom had to go in and be like, "Are you guys fucking serious about this?" And
I got one a little better.
Yeah,
I have one of them little pocket knives. Like the little tiny kind, the kind that you really can only use to like pick your fingernails or something. They're not like fucking sharp. But I got into an altercation. This was like 3rd or 4th grade on a field trip. We went to a field trip to like a farm. And I got into an altercation with another fucking kid. And I pulled my little pocket knife on him. I got suspended for that. I told you, I was a fucking gangster.
Yeah.
I didn't take shit from nobody, man. I totally pulled a knife on a kid at school. Except it was just like, it's like this big of a blade. And it wasn't sharp. And that was the mitigating factor, actually, is like, I when they brought me into the office, I started taking out all the shit on it. I was like, because they were like, well, which part's the blade? And I was like, I don't know. You want to see the sharpest part? And I pulled a little toothpick thing out. I'm like, that's the sharpest part. And they're like, but what about the blade? I showed it to them, and they're like, this is like a butter knife. And I was like, yeah. You pulled this on him? I'm like, yeah. What were you gonna do with it? And I was like, nothing. I just wanted to scare him. I was probably just gonna hit him. Why didn't you just hit him? And it's like, you would have suspended me for that. I didn't think you'd suspend me for this.
I got in trouble for bringing this very bot opener to school. Yeah,
You'll like this one. I got suspended for an Undertaker American Badass shirt because it said ass.
I mean, kids will get suspended for wearing American flag shirts now, so nothing.
Yeah, but it wasn't the
surprises me.
America part. It was the ass.
No, I know that, but like,
it was the ass.
Yeah,
and then so what I did is I got black electrical tape and just covered up ass and still wore it.
Yeah.
And they were they tried to suspend me, and I was like, it doesn't say ass anymore, does it? Well, if you took that off, and I was like, I'm not taking it off, am I? The tape's going to stay on unless you guys are going to take it off, and then it's not my fault that everybody sees this evil word ass. We're in fucking high school. It's not the end of the fucking world. Jesus Christ. They had no problem with my Degeneration X Suck It t-shirt. Kind of think that's worse than saying badass.
I think we can all admit that just like schools are fucking retarded.
Yeah, schools
in
suck.
general.
Drop out. No, yeah, seriously, just drop out.
One day your son is gonna like tune into this and just be like, Dad's being a fucking hypocrite. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Nah, by the point he's able to recognize it, I'll be commiserating. Like, yeah, I already do commiserate. School already fucking sucks. He's only in the first fucking grade. Drive me crazy anyway. He likes it, but that'll stop eventually.
That'll stop once that'll stop like around 4th grade. That's when it stopped for me.
It's hard to say, but it will. And here's the thing. I'm not gonna say, look, if I had dropped out, I would be in the same place I'm at. It would make no difference.
I believe you.
Matter of fact, if I dropped out and not got a GED, I would be at the same place I'm at. So yeah. I cannot be, and I went through hell to fucking graduate, like for no reason, right? I had to because my parents made me, and because they fucking legally, I couldn't without their permission, right?
Yeah.
But I especially I had already fucked up my chances of college. Like I said, I had so many suspensions, no school was going to take me. And that's true. Every school I applied to rejected me flat out. I had a really high I had a 1600 on the SATs, which I know that the numbers they use are different now, but that's a perfect score. When I took it was 1600. Or I don't know. It was like 1580. It was close enough. I'm rounding, okay? But I didn't get a perfect score, but I got like right next to a perfect score. But it doesn't matter if you have 65 suspensions and like 200 office detentions, right? Like they're like, no, this is a troublemaker. And they're right. I was a troublemaker. And I would have made trouble in college. And it would have been a waste of money and time. I'm not saying college is a waste for everybody. I'm saying I'm an asshole. And I was meant to be elsewhere. I wasn't meant for academia ever.
Not everybody is. And that's the biggest.
If you're an autodidact, like if you learn naturally on your own, if you seek out knowledge, if you like to read and learn things that way, oftentimes you come into conflict with the way school works, not just what they're teaching, but the way it works.
Yeah, I definitely did.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're the fucking kiss ass, like teacher's pet, who knows how to suck up. But even then, a lot of them aren't even autodidacts. They're just suck ups. Like they're not the smartest person. They're the person that can give the answer that the school system wants, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
If you're in communist China, the answer to the question is China #1, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like they might get the right answer, but it just means that they're a kiss ass.
Yeah, or and I'm being charitable here, or they're just trying to survive and get through.
They put me in some this young geniuses group I'm not going to name because like I don't want to slander it. But they thought that would help me, right? They're like, "Oh, well, Max is causing trouble because he's bored." And that was true to some degree. It's also because I had a horrible home life, but that's besides the point. I was bored. I was absolutely bored. I was reading the entire textbook the first week of the fucking course because duh, why wouldn't you? And and then highlighting in the book all the fucking punctuation, spelling, and like actual inaccurate information and bringing it to the teacher and saying your textbook is wrong and it's wrong about this, and this. I actually got suspended the first time I did that too. You know what for? The thing I almost always got suspended for. A lovely catch-all term they love to use. It's called defiance. That means if you say no, we can suspend you. Needless to say, I got a lot of those.
Based. Yeah, no, they kind of I swear to God, the only reason I was allowed to get away with some of that was because
like you try to like swap thug stories with me. It's kind of cute. Go on. You're a good kid, Sam. You've always been.
No, I mean I was.
I'm sure you've ran afoul of some teachers. I'm not saying that. It's just always funny to me because people were like, "Oh yeah, Max was like." No, I don't think it's necessarily good that all this happened. I'm not proud of it. It's certainly not the way. It's not the way I would recommend anybody else who doesn't have like this mental hang up of I have to say fuck you.
Yeah.
Everybody else, if you're like me, okay, and you just cannot help yourself, let's say fuck you. Then that's one thing. But if you're not me, okay, and you can hold in that base urge to give a finger to the system, you should probably do that. And in fact, I should have probably done that.
I'll tell you this. I
regret nothing.
I can hold it in for only so long. But when you're telling me that when you're telling me and all of the senior boys that we're all potential rapists because you invited the crazy feminist lady to Amnesty International Day.
But hold on.
Yell,
is that not true?
I mean,
every guy is a potential rapist. That is true.
That is true.
Just like anybody could be potentially a pedophile. Anybody could be potentially a murderer. Anybody could be potentially anything.
Yeah.
So it's true in the same way that like any stupid thing might be true.
Yeah. And well, I really kind of fucked with her though, because I was like, well, what if I'm impotent? Huh? Then what? Like I just really screwed with her in an auditorium. And then I just like got up and left.
You just walked out.
Yeah, or I'm sorry, rolled out. So
I'm thinking you got up from what? You're like, I got up and left in my wheelchair. Wait a minute. Sam confirmed can get up. He's like, hold on. This bitch is too much for me. I'm healed. Get me out of here. It's a miracle. My legs work. Get me away from this fucking lunatic. Thank you.
Yeah. The
truly a miracle.
Yeah, the insanity of school drove me crazy to the point where I actually got him to walk the fuck out of there.
Well, and that's the thing, though, why I pointed out that you're a good kid and more like on the goody two shoes end of things is because even someone like that, like they push the limits these days and they have for a very long time. It's very hard.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think it more applies to just men in general, like boys and men. That school sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah.
You know, girls, girls don't have the same fucking drives and ambitions and things. And one of the things girls don't have is like, you know, male aggression. And like the idea that maybe I want to get like not sit at a desk for 6 straight hours. Maybe I need to burn off some energy because I'm a little boy and I just need to run around because that's what little boys do. Girls can, like, on average, all things equal, not all, girls generally have an easier time spending 6 hours sitting at a desk doing classwork than boys. Boys tend to, at a certain point of the day, need to release that pent-up, I said aggression, but it's just the pent-up energy that little boys have. And if you've ever been around a little kid, they do have this non-stop energy that you just wish you could fucking bottle and drink. And I'm sure that's why the fucking elites love the, adrenochrome from babies or whatever. But like, like this energy that kids have is just like non-stop, go, 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 go. And then you're telling this poor kid, you got to be quiet and you got to sit at your desk all day and don't get up. Oh, no, we don't do that. Oh, if you want to get up and run around, maybe we're going to have to talk about putting you in the special class. That's what it's like. And it's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think, segregation gets a bad rap. It was just that it shouldn't have been racial. I think that most kids in schools from the early ages, maybe elementary school age, it might be much wiser to do boys' school, girls' school.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. But
you'd have to structure it differently too. Like you can't just say, okay, this is the boys' school, this is the girls' school. The boys' school is going to have to make for breaks for energy throughout the day. They are going to have to focus on things that boys are more interested in. And I just don't think anybody's really doing that. Not the public schools, not even the private sector.
No.
If anybody knows of a reasonably affordable all boys school, let me know. But like, they're few and far between.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because I actually had shop class in junior high, and there was one girl in my shop class.
They let
one.
You know, it's funny. Girls didn't take shop with us. Like it was not even a question. Like when we went to shop class, the girls went to home economics.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it was. It wasn't something you chose, and there was never going to be a girl in shop and never going to be a guy in home ec. That's how it was. You can, rub your hands about how horrible that is, but that's just the reality of it. That's how it used to be, and not that long ago.
Well, the principle was
I'm only 40, so it's not that long ago.
Well, yeah, no, and that's crazy. That's the crazy thing. And the other crazy thing was even back then, like in the mid 2000s, the principal was complaining that there was only one girl in shop.
Right. And so she had to have signed up for it, right? And he was complaining that enough didn't. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically. But I mean,
was he also mad that there wasn't enough guys in home economics?
No.
Do they even call it home economics anymore?
Did
you have a home ec class of any variety? Probably not.
I don't think we did. We should have. Probably.
Okay, but did you? Well, you say that, but do you know what home ec was?
Housekeeping, basically.
Cooking, cleaning, sewing. Yeah. That's why the women went there and the boys went to shop class. Makes sense, doesn't it? Apparently not. Apparently that's crazy.
It's almost like gender roles actually do fucking exist.
It's almost. Oh, well, they were just enforcing gender roles on the fucking. God. Fucking Mersh.
Oh yeah, but by the way, I found the Alan Powell video that you freaked out about, that like started the whole "I was nice to you" thing.
Hey, we really shouldn't slander the man. He just died.
Well, I mean,
he died fat and poor, man. Sucking on a bone. That's the worst way to go.
Well, but Max, he said that he would be bigger than I ever was, and in a way he was right.
He's right. He's bigger than you'll ever be. Several times bigger.
Yeah, no, he literally towers over you.
Well, I mean, only if he's laying down.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, I'm glad I wasn't in front of him when he zonked that. Doubt he might have crushed me.
Look, all I'm saying is
I love some of the edits that were made of this too. Basically, Max, you really didn't miss anything last week because I basically just played let me see. I played this on
oh god, you gotta press play. We gotta
on kind of loop. I don't know if you've seen this one, but
I've seen so many, but
yeah,
let's go.
This is from Alan Powell. Mersh goes to Dreamland.
Hold up, though. What the fuck is that? Honest question. Like, I've used, like, I have vapes. I have a pipe. I have vape like right in front of me. Like, hold on. I have vape right here, right? Like, I've used vapes. I'm not pot vapes, admittedly, right? I think I used one once, but like I didn't really like it. But like, is that a vape? Is it? Because like, what's he doing? He's got like a little. Actually, it's like a pipe cleaner. Hold on, I think I have one of those somewhere. Yeah, it's like one of these right here, right? Like this.
Yeah.
You see he's scraping the end of it there. Like, go back. Because I want to know what the fuck he's doing. That's obviously a vape because he's not lighting it with a lighter or anything. So why does he need to poke it? Like what the fuck is going on?
I don't know. I mean, I don't vape. If I smoke, I usually smoke cigarettes or cigars.
Right. But I'm like, I know all about vaping, and I just never seen anything like that. Like, what is the like, what is going on?
The way he explained it, like the day after when he was doing his cope, I guess, was he was like sucking the dab off that little like.
Oh my God! So it's like crack.
Yeah, yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit,
No,
man.
he literally said that that's what it was. He's basically doing it like that. Basically, like,
all right, I don't ever want to hear this motherfucker say it's a plant that grows in the ground because you're smoking crack. That's crack.
Yeah.
Green crack, whatever. It's crack. You've processed the plant into a crack-like substance that you smoke and then pass the fuck out like a crackhead. Maybe it wasn't I'm calling it. It wasn't a dab. It was a crack rock. I've seen people do that with crack. No, I've seen a crackhead do that. They take a hit. If it's a good hit, and it'll be like, actually, when crackheads or even when like heroin addicts or whatever, when they pass out, they don't do it like he did. It's not like a slow forward, like fall. It's like an instant, like eyes shut on the floor.
Yeah.
All right, let's play it. I've obliviated too long.
Anti-deception says he did it at fucking work. All right, he needs to be.
That's bad. Oh my God, the heavy metal song, baby. Shout out to AG for this one. The real AG. Bro, you using the fucking music from South Park or whatever.
No, hold up. Are you like?
They do the.
My question is, you see, he kind of he like as
little seizure. The flexing titties is pretty good there.
Now again, Max, I don't vape, so I don't know, like,
bro. I don't do whatever the fuck crack or whatever he's smoking there either. That's why I had questions. Okay, I might vape, but I vape like normal nicotine shit.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like
Even pot vapes. I just want to point out, like dabs, like that is a whole different thing. I would not fuck with because I don't smoke crack.
Yeah, no. Well, like I sent this clip to like a couple of my
ground, man. Now let's process it.
Well, yeah, like I've never seen dabbers like have a seizure like that before.
I to be fair, I don't have a knowledge base. This dabbing stuff is not of my era. And I'm not like Mersh where I'm super immersed in like drug and hedonism culture all the time. Because like I'm older than him, but only by a couple of years, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. How old is Mersh?
He's like, no, you're only like a year and a half old. That's the sad thing, is like he's like, I think he's like 39 now, or like, I don't know. He looks 45.
Yeah.
but no, he's like 38.
Nobody even believes I'm fucking 40, dude. I get carded everywhere and shit. Fucking legitimately, I get carded like everywhere I go. It's supposed to be if you look, under 30 or whatever, and they're still carding me. So there's people out there that say I'm under 30. I'll take it.
Yeah. No, you look good.
I certainly don't have tits like Mersh though. Mersh he's pretty stacked. Look, that's like a C cup right there.
Yeah. Well, those aren't the type of tits I like, though.
Actually,
so.
if you look at the line of his shirt there, he's wearing a bra. Tell me I'm wrong. You can see the bra strap on the left side.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Mersh is wearing a bra, confirmed.
You're right. Usually, like, Pod Awful notices this stuff, but
he probably has mentioned that at some point, but it's so obvious.
Yeah. No,
I mean, I don't have titties anymore. That's part of like what I was proud of losing weight is like I don't have man titties. Not really. I just got like pecs like anybody else now. Well, like anybody not super fat. I'm like, feel good about it, and like I look at Mersh and I'm like, yeah, I feel even better.
Yeah, no, so
I got a ways to go. You want to see what real fucking weight loss looks like, though? I'm about to gross you out, but like, that's what real weight loss looks like, my friend. Loose fucking skin till you're fucking. I could fly away on these motherfuckers.
I mean,
anybody doubts in the work I've put in losing weight this year, it's just this big fucking loose skin tells you everything you need to know.
I mean, it basically seems like you lost to Mersh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I lost in the 1 year from October. I forget which day in October. I have it on a calendar somewhere. But from early October until early October this year was 72 pounds. Now it's closer to 90. I'm trying to see the holidays is coming, and I know I'm not going to hit 100 this. I'm going to eat Thanksgiving. I'm going to eat some Christmas garbage. And I don't think I can run enough to make up for it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
What I hope is to maintain and not gain back. And so, I mean, God, starting tonight, we were at a small birthday celebration, and they were like, oh, you got to have cake. And I was like, just give me the smallest fucking piece. And they all made fun of me. They made fun of me. Like, I'm watching my weight. What do you want?
Hey, you could have spurged out at the party and been like, I was nice to you, party people.
Yeah, no, I just ate the fucking cake.
But
it wasn't good enough because like I was gonna just pass on the cake, I've been doing good about that. I've been to a couple parties. My boy was invited to a whole bunch of birthday parties, right? And every single one, I'm like, I'm watching my weight. I can't have cake,
See, here's the thing. I don't really like sweets, but and people think I'm crazy, but I do love salt. That's what I have to watch is.
I fucking hate salt.
Oh.
No, like not really, but there's like a war on salt between me and salt. I've always favored like a lower sodium diet. So that wasn't that big of an adjustment for me. But the one thing is, man, like this is one thing motherfuckers don't understand. They always thinking about the fucking sugar in soda when they say soda's bad for you. Bro, it's like, what do you think carbonation is other than salt? Like carbonation, when you drink it, turns into salt.
Yeah.
All carbonation. Because it's a byproduct of salt. So like, I get what you mean though. You like the more savory flavors would probably be the best way to describe it. I'm kind of there with you. Like I'd rather have meat than a fucking sweet. more often
Yeah.
than not. Like, give me, instead of giving me like a Jolly Rancher, give me a piece of beef jerky. I'd be happy.
Yeah.
But
Oh, and
even now, it's like I gotta. Sometimes I eat granola, man. It's not easy. It's not easy. Sometimes I'm very, very hungry.
have you had to eat rice cakes yet?
No, I don't snack.
Okay.
I like if I'm honest with you, like, time was short tonight, so I've been kind of eating a little of my dinner, but I have like a plate of dinner and like breakfast. And so
Yeah,
I have a plate like this every night. This is boneless, skinless chicken breast, brown rice, fresh broccoli. It's all fresh. It's not like nothing, like it's all from scratch. And teriyaki, right? Low sodium.
I want to point out for the long time.
And then I have a breakfast sandwich, right? That's it. That's all I eat all day.
I want to point out for the long time listeners, Max just one-upped Apex, because Apex used to do a bit where he would eat on stream and eat into the mic so everyone could hear it. Max not only did that, he showed his dinner on camera.
No, it's delicious.
Apex, you just got one-upped, buddy.
Hey man, and we're vibing though. We're in the same ballpark.
No.
I don't see. I can't stand the because I don't like hearing people eat, so I wouldn't want to do that as bad to the listeners. So, but I do see why that's a funny bit. But that's just like
I
just audio autism. Visually, yeah. Look at this fucking shit. Yeah. Visually, I'll show you fucking anything. Wow.
No, and that's specifically why he
for the right price.
That's specifically why he did it, was to annoy the audio artists. Oh, speaking of
and I can respect that.
Is that a pipe?
Yeah. Bro, I've been hitting my pipe on the show for like months. Did you not notice? Yes, it's a pipe. It's like a granddad pipe.
That's cool. So
I like it. I need to get I don't have any more of the I don't know what the proper name for them is, but they're little like metal balls. They make it burn so that you don't have to keep lighting it.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's kind of like like a steel wool pad that you use to clean.
Yeah.
It's like that, and you put it in there, and then you fill the bowl, right? And then it will retain the heat from when it's lit, so that you can just sit there and smoke the whole thing, like old school, like Sherlock Holmes style, where you're like, yes, Mr. Watson.
Yeah,
it'll go a long time like that, but I don't have any more, so I have to light it, at least unless I get a good pack.
Yeah, if I had a pipe, I'd be annoying the audience. I would just be constantly puffing.
I mean, I am, but I try not. That's why my camera angle is high, so that it's mostly like below that. That's probably why you don't see it. Well, like I've been hiding it, but I don't like to be super obnoxious.
Yeah, no, whereas I actually think that like
only mildly obnoxious.
Well, I don't think anything was more obnoxious than toilet flush.
True.
So.
True.
But anyway, well, so let's see. We covered Ben. We covered some broad who is running for president also. We kind of covered the Candace Owens thing a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
Anything
yeah.
else?
The short version. Candace Owens tweets a Bible verse. It's the fucking Sermon on the Mount. It said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Ben Shapiro flipped out and said, he said, if working at the Daily Wire comes between you and your God, by all means quit, is the exact quote of what he said. But literally, she just quoted the Sermon on the Mount. And her response was like, Ben, the Bible's not about you, bro.
Yeah.
Blessed are the peacemakers is the first part of the Sermon on the Mount from Jesus of Nazareth. That's what he, you know, if you believe the Bible as literally written, that's what Jesus himself, that was his sermon to everyone. It's the most important sermon he ever gave. And it starts with, "Blessed are the peacemakers." If that upsets you, Ben, then maybe you're not a peacemaker. Maybe you don't feel blessed.
I wonder if he's even read the Bible. And I'm not like saying it as like an insult. Like I'm genuinely curious.
Most people haven't, so yeah, I don't know why. I mean, unless he's really interested to see, I don't know why a Jewish guy would.
I mean,
I mean, I've known rabbis who have, like, in the past.
yeah, no, I mean,
They
I
can
like
debate
I've
stuff with me, but
yeah, like I've known Jews who have read the Bible just out of curiosity. I don't, and this is the
I mean,
thing,
I've read
right?
the
With
Quran, I've read the Bible, I've read the Torah, I've read a bunch of Buddhist holy books, I've read the Bhagavad Gita or whatever, however you say it, the Hindu one. I've read a bunch of occult books. Like, I'm just into that kind of shit. Without believing in any of it, I can just read the holy books, and it's interesting because they all have a lot of similar pretext. Basic, things that I guess everybody kind of agrees are good,
Well, and I also do want to acknowledge Candace, because she did go, when she went on Tucker's show, she did acknowledge that like the rest of the Daily Wire has been, pretty, good to her, and that she has no problems with, most of the people there.
As far as I know, this was like the only real problem. I didn't see her interview with Tucker, forgive me, but the only real problem I can see is that he did it so publicly and disrespectfully.
Yeah, well, what happened was, basically there was a clip that got leaked, where I guess Ben was doing like a private dinner or something, and someone asked Ben, and you can't really hear it, like, "What's your take on, what Candace Owens said about blah 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 blah?" And rather than saying, "I disagree with Candace on, whatever," Ben said, "Oh, what she said was absolutely disgraceful." And
and he'll have her canceled for it, right? Because he's so different than the woke.
Yeah, and
Spare me.
And this
is why I say I'm not out to be mad if you want. I'm not out to cancel Nazis. Not like, if there's peaceful people with opinions I don't like, I don't see the point in canceling and shutting people up. That doesn't help. This has never helped in the history of humankind to marginalize the group to that degree. It's never helped.
It makes things worse in my experience. And
here's a great example though. Like, they canceled all these Nazis in like 2017, 2018, the alt-right people. I'll say Nazis colloquially. Some of them actually subscribed to those tenets. Some of them weren't. Some of them just like edgy humor, whatever. Those people, they get canceled. They move over to alternative platforms. Gab being a big one, you name it, right? Yeah. That's actually fine. That's not where the problem comes in, I think. Where the problem comes in is then the normies that get canceled get locked in this ghetto with pretty much only the edgelords and the Nazis and whatever. And of course they're going to get edgier. Because one, you've locked them in the room with all the edgy people. And two, they have a common factor. You've kicked them all out of polite society, whether they be Nazi or whether they be some boomer who posted a prayer video. Now they're all in it together. That's not a good thing. They're all marginalized from society. They're not all allowed to express their opinions normally in public like everybody else. And they're all in it together.
Yeah.
This causes more people to become quote unquote radicalized, but I don't see the problem in that either. I don't see a problem in people having views non-violently that are abhorrent. I don't know what else to say. It's like, should they be able to speak in public? Yes.
I agree. I agree with you completely. I guess if I were to play devil's advocate, the argument that I've ever heard is, well, if we allow this hate speech, then it could lead to violent action, right? That's always been the argument that I've heard.
Has banning these people stopped any of them from committing violence? I know that the two different synagogue shooters were both banned off of all mainstream platforms. Yeah, so banning them actually may have made their violence more likely.
Yeah. No, they like to say it does, but it doesn't. So
no, not just by just having that kind of opinion by itself doesn't lead to violence. And also, violence is illegal. I don't know if people know this, but committing violence is already against the law. You don't need to outlaw the speech. It's we have a lot of people that are so soft that they think words are violence now, unironically. Okay. Well, come and take them, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Come and take my words from my cold, dead fucking mouth. That's where it's at. I ain't gonna fucking shut up. You can ban me. I've been banned. I'm completely banned off all Meta / Facebook, whatever. To the point that they fucking took all the pictures my wife had put up with me in them and deleted them. Her pictures that she put up because I was tagged in them, they deleted.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. It ain't gonna shut me up. It's gonna limit my reach, which is what Elon's for. Oh, you have freedom of reach. Fuck you. Straight up. Yes, you do. Actually, you do have freedom of reach. Maybe not on Twitter. Maybe not on any of the mainstream platforms. But there's nothing in the Constitution that says, oh, well, if you have opinions that people don't like, you're not allowed to express them. Fuck you. Of course you are. Brandenburg v. Ohio. Motherfuckers, read case law. Do you know what was actually at the heart of that case, right?
That was basically that you could, in fact, yell fire in a crowded theater, right?
No. Brandenburg versus Ohio was a case of a group of white supremacists, actual dyed-in-the-wool white supremacists. They had made statements in a video. I believe it was initially a video, but I might be wrong about that. But they made some statements in public. The statements that they made were without saying stuff that's going to get us triggered, but it is in the context of a SCOTUS court case.
We are on Rumble only, so you're good.
Right. They could, what they said could get us banned on Rumble. So I just want the context, and I'm gonna try I personally, audience, I would like to just tell you what exactly it says, and you can go see it for yourself. But I'm gonna paraphrase in the safe way. Okay. The white supremacists in question, or white nationalists, or whatever you want to call them, said that their policy was that we should hang the N-words. Okay. That's what their policy was. They were prescribing a platform for when they get elected, which laugh laughing is okay because they're not going to get elected because they're a bunch of weirdos and like, you know, skinhead, neo-Nazi, 1970. Most of them are like on drugs and you know what I'm saying? They're not like people that are going to get elected.
Right, yeah.
But if they did get elected, their party platform was to hang all the N-words, okay? And it's that, and they didn't say N-word. I hate to fucking pussyfoot around the subject, but you're not allowed to fucking say anything nowadays. And so what the court case was ruling was that legal. The answer, yes. Why? They're advocating violence, aren't they? They're advocating, in fact, murder, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem with that. No, they're not. They're advocating a policy that they would enact if they were the government. You can advocate, yes, you can advocate genocide as a policy legally in this country. That is Brandenburg v. Ohio. Now, here's where they defined it as being like over the line, okay? If you said instead of hang all the N-words, if you said, we need to hang that guy right there, right now, let's go, boys, that would be an incitement. That would be illegal speech. But to say, when we're in charge, we're going to XYZ, whatever it might be, is not. And if you're doubt me on this, please go read the case files of Brandenburg v. Ohio. It's one of the most important free speech cases in American history.
Yeah.
And by the way, do you know who represented the white nationalists as their legal counsel?
The ACLU.
Yes, the ACLU.
Yeah, well, I do remember
they might have been. They might have been like Klan members. There was something like that. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, I remember the famous court case of the ACLU representing the neo-Nazis and their right to march in in Stokely.
Right.
In through a Jewish area, right?
Mm-hmm. The ACLU used to actually, stand up for people they didn't agree with. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Somebody should. Hey, the ACLU back in the day was quite happy to defend us in case we came up into any trouble in the music scene, because it's a free speech case. Nowadays, they wouldn't represent anybody basically unless you're a leftist.
I don't get this whole thing of words are violence. That's just retarded to me.
Well, it's a substitute for an argument.
Yeah.
If I can just say everything you say is evil, why not? Like that's a good strategy, actually. You got to give them credit. That's a good strat, because now you can't talk. You're neutered.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the whole point of all of these speech restrictions, is to neuter everybody they don't like. They don't want you to be able to they don't want this conversation here to happen. I'm sure, if we had, instead of a few listeners, we had 100,000, we'd be fucking getting hit from every direction just for the shit we like they go after Crowder. And it's like I said in fucking the Gilded Server today, Crowder's as edgy as a volleyball.
Yeah.
He's so tame. Tim Pool. He's so tame. These aren't actually edgy people. They don't actually have opinions that are normal people haven't heard before. So what happens to us, right? I actually worry sometimes. What if the show does catch on fire? Are we going to be fighting for our lives in fucking court cases and getting attacked on the streets? Could be.
Shit, yeah.
Because the shit that gets said here is much, is much more fucking raw than any of these, shined up grifters. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Candace versus Ben is a grifter war. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And they're both going to use it to grift more money.
Yeah, well, let's be honest though too. Like our show isn't even really that edgy compared to some of the shit that we both seen.
No. I mean, not in the traditional sense, but like comparatively, it's like the edgiest opinion. I hate to break this to a lot of people that it's gonna burn them a little bit, but like the edgiest opinion on Israel right now is mine. You know why? Because both sides come at you hard.
Yeah.
That's how you know. When you're pissing both sides off by saying the most common sense thing in the world is like, I really wish the violence would end. If you get attacked for that, then you know it's edgy.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Well, I mean, I've and on
And
that,
I don't want to hear the, oh, we can't because of the history, because I don't believe that. I don't believe humans are that fucking locked into anything. Look at history. No, we could solve this problem, but it's what it is both sides are literally just being stubborn. I'm sorry.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, say what you will about Jared Kushner, but like he's like people are criticizing him for saying that business in Gaza is impossible because of the history. Right? They're now literally criticizing him, and it's like, well, it's not. And I mean, he brought up Saudi Arabia.
Well, to be fair, most of the fucking Free Palestine people are pro-communism, so they wouldn't.
Yeah. No, but I mean, Saudi Arabia is, they used to be very, I guess, barbaric, as some might say, and
the most telling thing is that the edgiest thing that you're not supposed to say is that we should not raise tensions with each other, but calm down. If that's the edgiest thing, then you're in the middle of a color revolution, bro. And that's what we are. We're in the middle of Asa J, great friend of mine from years ago. We used to do the Friday night after chats or whatever. Asa J famously on election night 2016, in regards to Hillary Clinton, said, this is the beginnings of a color revolution. And everything that has happened since then has only proven Asa correct. And I really wish that someday he would come back, but he wants to stay away from online stuff. But I miss that motherfucker because, like, I just want him to know, like, he was right. Like, we're watching a color revolution, and you better pick your color, motherfucker. If you pick anything other than what we want, you're not part of the conversation. And if anybody hears you speaking about things that are not one color or the other, we're going to make sure you shut the fuck up. That's a color revolution. That's what we're experiencing.
I was going to say earlier when Smuly was here about Nikki Haley, it really does boggle my mind that a lot of these people who are criticizing that constantly criticize Hillary Clinton for her foreign deals are also being like, well, but yeah, I support Nikki Haley and wanting to, go back into the Middle East. I mean, she's basically our version of Hillary.
Yeah, it's like I say, if you take the stance of like we could do better without screaming in each other's faces, and look, I talk to lefties in real life, like real people who tend to lean left. We still have shit in common, bro. We do. I know it's hard, but we do. We're human beings. They're human beings. I bleed red. They bleed red. I take a shit. Guess what? They take a shit. There's other things we can find in common. Don't fall for the color revolution, because you know what happens at the end of the color revolution? Do you know why they do it?
Well, everyone everyone who opposes that color ends up dead.
No,
Usually.
no, that's not how a color revolution ends.
What then?
The center rises up and crushes both. Mark my fucking words. Nothing I've said on this show is more serious than that. These two extreme wings that we're seeing, it only ends one way. And when that happens, it's not good. It's not good. Not at all. You don't want that scenario.
When
You know what that scenario looks like? It looks like what's happening in Ukraine now. Ukraine is a post-color revolution state.
Oh, yeah.
Right. The normies come through and they pushed off the Azovs up until there's another war. And then the thing is then the color rise again. Right. And you get locked into this endless thing. But the initial thing that happens is all the fucking normies in the center who aren't strongly one side or the other, turns out they outnumber extremists like 100-1 in every country, every time this has ever happened, and ours is no exception.
But then why is that a bad thing, man? It seems like you would want the moderates to.
No, because they will be misled. And also then you have a permanent civil war.
Oh yeah.
So they'll persecute the two edges, and the edges will always stay. I mean, there's a bunch of European countries that are like this to this day, a bunch of African countries too, for that matter, South American countries.
Yeah.
No, it's bad. It's not good. We don't want it to get to the point, because it's basically they do that to stop the civil war, because the civil war actually can't happen.
Well,
that's the thing they don't get is if the normies aren't on board with the fucking civil war, the normies are going to stop you from having it. That's what happens. And you can look up the history of color revolutions. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. If you can find it somewhere, find Ace and Jay talking about it. Look at fucking oh my God. Rothbard wrote about this. Tom Woods has like millions of episodes about this. Like, what happens when the normies finally rise up is, one, it's a bloodbath initially. Death and violence on scales that you don't like. You know what's a perfect example of the fucking normies rising up after a color revolution? Hitler. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Because I know people be like, oh, that's not centrist. Of course the fuck it is. They weren't on the capitalist side, right? They were socialists, but they hated the communists. How could you be more center than that? They just had the offshoot.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean now. Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at the sides, the Nazis were the center for Germany at that moment. It's just tainted with a lot of else, because Hitler, he didn't just have one idea,
Yeah.
But that's why they got behind. That's why people are like, why did so many Germans get behind him? They were sick and tired of the fucking extremists. They were sick. Like, bro, the whole blood flag incident, that's a thing that happened. Everybody knew about. Fucking people getting killed in the streets over political violence. Antifa going around doing Antifa shit. Yes, even then, that's where they came from. People were sick of it. Hitler promised to end it. They voted for him. Was he actually the centrist? No. That's exactly what I mean by you don't want that scenario. Because a color revolution can lead to, whatever you think of fucking Hitler, you could put somebody else in their place. Like there's a number of bloody dictators who rose to power out of the fucking core of the normies in between a color revolution. It's a really common thing throughout history, and it's usually pretty fucking violent.
Yeah, well, Mao
wasn't a centrist, but yeah, I get what you mean. Or not that he
No.
was a centrist, but he didn't represent the normies. He just enforced his will. It's kind of a different scenario.
Right.
That's just the government said, we're in charge, fuck you. And if you didn't like it, they killed you. That's a little different. But I would say like the Khmer Rouge is another example. In Cambodia and the killing fields and all that. Like,
yeah.
Now, you might think Khmer Rouge, but they were far communist, yes. But they promised to stop the civil war. They promised to stop the extremism on both sides. And then they killed millions of people. And not all of them were extremists on either side, but they got deaded too. So that's what happens. And so that's why my mantra has been, we kind of just need to like find common ground. Like, bro, if we're just saying, oh, national divorce, oh, let's just give up, then you know what? The blood that happens is going to be worse than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, no,
and it's on your hands.
Yeah, no,
because you can't be bothered. You can't be bothered to go and try and find common ground with Aunt Lola, who's a fucking a Bernie person, right? Like, bro, there are commonalities, okay? I know it's hard. But it's the people putting all these fucking ideas that are dividing you don't actually care about you. And that goes on the right too. Like Ben Shapiro doesn't care about you. Maybe he cares about you because you did the interview with him, so he knows who you are. But I mean, the general person listening.
Yeah, no.
Shapiro,
well, I mean,
not really care about you, because the moment you fucking become no longer useful, then like Candace is being that right now for him. If you're a viewer and you stop listening to him, why would he care about you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would even say I'm in that category because, I mean,
man, you criticized him tonight. Jesus, Sam. Oh, and he put you on.
Well, I mean, I criticized him a long time ago for saying that I think, and by the way, this is the other thing I want to point out to people. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, I mean, I had been on the show, but the whole reason why I had been on the show was to talk about Andrew Breitbart. That was the entire reason I had been on, was to talk about Andrew.
It doesn't matter. You can have whoever the fuck on.
And
that they don't get to define you.
Yeah, no, my point
I don't care if we had Trump on the show. It's the same thing, man. That wouldn't make him above criticism.
No, but my
I'd appreciate it. Like, I'm sure you appreciate Ben. The time he gave you and everything. Like, you're not. That doesn't mean you can't criticize him.
No, and
if people want to check it out, the interview is still around somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's on Spotify, and no, every time
I've heard it,
every time I've criticized Ben, it's coming as a fan, someone who actually wants him to do well, because he's alienated his audience. People used to like him. He alienated a lot of people in 2016 who used to like him, but also we're like, you know what? This Trump guy is actually like talking about a lot of the things that Andrew Breitbart used to talk about, almost to a T. And for whatever reason, Ben got his little panties in a twist because, well, that's the thing.
You say 2016 Shapiro, and all I can think is typical hook nose, hunchback, sweating. Oh man, you ever see the bit where he reviewed the anti-Semitic memes about him? Like, he should have never done that. That's the dude, it's way funnier than the memes. The memes aren't funny, actually. I was just like, it's the typical fucking Jew shit. But when he was like reacting to them, that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no,
that was the funniest thing he's ever done. And then when I came to find out, like, he wasn't joking, I was like, oh, man, you ruined the joke. You were seriously offended. Why?
Yeah, no, and what
By
and
some
what
low
he,
effort 4chan memes that, like, brought this dude to tears.
well, and what he doesn't understand, because he's so autistic, I think, is that just encouraged more trolls.
Oh my God, the fucking edits. That's why I'm saying the memes didn't do shit. His video made me laugh so loud, and then there was like 50 different versions of it, just like the
Yeah,
Mersh dying in his microphone.
And you, well, and here's the real kicker too. To my knowledge, he's never actually given a good reason, like a coherent reason, as to why he doesn't like Trump.
Well, he I'm sorry.
I mean,
Sorry,
I mean, he might as
crack
well
really
have,
hit me that time.
Oh, you're not shaking. Your chair's not all the way back to your flag. But no, I mean, Ben might as well have done that. That would have been, Ben might as well have passed out.
Bro, Ben Shapiro, I know you're listening. Everybody watches the Whitfield Report. We know. Bro, do the Mersh bit on air. It'd be the funniest thing you ever did in your whole career. I'll forgive you for every fucking bullshit thing you've ever said if you just do the fucking fall into your mic bit. Really, everybody who's got like this kind of mic has to do that now. You have to do the Mersh dying on air bit at least once.
How did he not like hit his head on like the table? That's what I.
Well, because he probably woke up just in time to not. I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
If you've been around, like, that's why I say, like, that ain't like what happens when you smoke weed. I've smoked a lot of fucking weed, and I've never had that happen. But you know who I've seen that happen to? Crackheads. When they come down, it's not when they first smoke it with a crackhead. It's when they come down off of it because it's a stimulant. But also, opiate users, particularly heroin. Like, you ever heard of like nodding off on heroin? That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, my buddy's uncle was a junkie, and he would like pass out in his fucking bowl of like Fruit Loops, like at the breakfast table. Like,
Dude, I've been on other street.
He'd just be like, right in the fucking bowl, and he'd stay there for like 2 seconds, and then he'd just get up like nothing happened. Exactly like what Mersh did, except like they fall into the fucking soup, or like, I don't know, they just nod off. Like a number one cause of deaths among like homeless heroin users is that somebody nods off with a fucking cigarette and fucking lights a fire.
I actually know that to be true because my uncle, when he was a firefighter, used to have to deal with those cases, unfortunately.
I mean, so like this is a thing that's associated with hard drug use, not marijuana. That's why but like the Mersh thing, it's like, I have a conspiracy theory now that I thought about it. Mersh faked it. It was fake because it was too perfect. It was too good of a comedy pass out. He faked it. Calling it now.
You know what? Like,
faked it for some attention.
He actually could have.
I wouldn't put it past him. That's the exact kind of thing.
No, I wouldn't. That's the thing. I wouldn't put it past him now that you mention it.
And like of all the people, like I said, everybody watches, but like we know that he's watching, right? So
yeah,
if he didn't think of that before, if in the next like week he says like he faked that, he's confirmed viewer.
I know that he actually does have someone watching the show, so this will get back to him at
cool.
at one point.
Well, Mersh, I'm the only guy on the internet giving you credit that I think that your pass out was staged for attention and everybody was stupid and fell for it. I wonder what he'll think of that.
You know what? He'll take that as a victory because he'll be like, well, Max is calling Jesse stupid. So that's
right.
a victory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jesse is dumb as dirt that he fell for that prank. Yeah, Mersh, you fucking owned him. You should go with that. You should tell everybody the whole plan. You should show us you wrote a document explaining it. You should show us some of the practice tapes you made of it. Like, I know, man. And yeah, Jesse, he misses shit like this. Jesse, look, I love the guy, but like, he's just not thinking on that deep level like you, Mersh. So I'm going to give you the credit that nobody else will, because I see it. I see what you did, and it worked too. You got a boost in your metrics. You made more money. Shit, man, that was brilliant. Good job, Mersh.
Well, he has to now that he's facing off against British Mersh.
To be fair, that's a no contest. Like, Mersh actually does win that easily. Like, British Mersh is stupid for wanting that smoke.
I mean, it's
pretty sure British Mersh got doxxed this week too, or like Dan got doxxed or something. I disavow.
Yeah, who knows? All I know is we're over here talking like color revolutions and
granted though, he did like challenge them to dox him, so I don't feel as bad, but I still disavow.
Yeah.
Doxing is gay. So I got one more little tidbit. I know we're getting a little long in the tooth tonight, but I missed last week and we didn't do a Monday show. So the last thing, speaking of like, our little circle of lolcows, Johnny Fox has emerged. Have you followed it, or do you have a vague idea?
I saw I saw something with him, but it's Johnny Fox, so I can't really remember what it was that I saw.
Yeah, so Johnny Fox, I did an experiment for a long time now, and that experiment was just to leave him the fuck alone completely, because I knew that he would eventually get too big for his britches. Well, we're there. So he's done a channel where he's now a commentary community guy, of course, because, everybody wants to hear what Johnny Fox has to say about Boogie being fat.
Isn't that like passe?
Yeah. Well, the thing about that is he's picked up some thousands of subs and he gets a couple thousand views on his videos. Now, I'm not going to just say that's because his content's good. What's actually going on is typical Johnny Fox shit. He's buying ads. He's buying bots. It does, in the end, get you actual subs. And look, I'm not going to say that there isn't a bottom feeding tier of fucking individual that will sit and watch his content. There is. You can tell. There's comments and things. Maybe it's all Johnny. I don't know. Regardless, he's gotten a channel basically bigger than he's ever gotten before. And I was happy about that. And you might think, Max, you fucking hate Johnny Fox. Yes. But I want him to succeed. Why? One, because it's funny. Two, because he will inevitably destroy himself. And thus he claims that Boogie himself came under an account simply called Eric. And that's definitely 100% Boogie 2988 or whatever the fuck his name is. And that person tried to dox one of his viewers in chat, which he showed no evidence of. And also that person is definitely, like I said, Boogie, 100%. And also these 3 other people are all also Boogie. And people were just like, bro, can you show some proof of this claim? No. I did. Well, you showed a guy named Eric saying to leave Boogie alone. That doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that Boogie's a doxer. It doesn't prove that Boogie is somehow harassing. Johnny wanted so badly. And when Boogie replied to Johnny, denying it, obviously. And so Johnny got more attention than he'd gotten in a long time. And so what does Johnny Fox do? Oversaturates his channel with videos for the day and puts up 16 videos of some bullshit. Now, I haven't watched any of them. I haven't followed any of his content outside of just like looking at Twitter. But there will probably be a cringing over coffee. But look, I'm waiting for it to get a little spicier than this, I think. I think there needs to be a next stage because, you see, that was his big gambit. He got Boogie's attention for like 5 seconds. And then here's the thing. He got buried because now Boogie's doing some kind of show, I guess, with Keemstar. And that's all anybody wanted to talk about when in regards to Boogie. So Johnny Fox got buried like the same day. Also, you know, I got the chance to introduce a lot more people to Johnny Fox's antics. And I've been mogging him every day except today because I even God took a day off. I wasn't mogging Johnny Fox on Twitter today, but I will be mogging Johnny Fox on Twitter. And here's the funniest one. I pointed out, Johnny, Johnny, you want to talk. You want to talk about how Boogie is fat, huh? Johnny, you're fat. Probably fatter than Boogie. You haven't shown your face since 2014, but how would I know that you're probably fat? Well, if you'll indulge me, Sam.
Well, hey, he sounds like it.
I'm going to show you 2 pictures on my little screen here. Okay? And you're going to tell me if you think that this person is the same person. And if you'll forgive me, I had to like save this file.
No problem.
Let me name it. fatjohnny.jpg. I'll find that one quick. And okay, so this is a confirmed from his channel. I could even show you the video if you want like actual evidence that it is him. But this is the last known confirmed picture of Johnny Fox, okay? This is him. This is Johnny Fox. Okay? And so, as you can see, looks a bit mental. Looks, a bit goofy.
He looks exactly like how I pictured him.
Yeah, exactly. That's how his voice sounds. A little goofy. I'm not saying he's like horrifying, but probably kind of fat. He sounds fatter now. And so now I want to show you another picture, and I want you to tell me what you think of this picture. Oh yeah. Gotta save it again. I can't just drag and drop anymore. And this one I'm gonna entitle Fake Johnny. Okay, so let's take a look here at Fake Johnny. Don't let that bias you. Why would I call it Fake Johnny? It's not like it's obviously and clearly photoshopped or anything. Wait, where did Fake Johnny go? I just saved it, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Oi. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, audience. And so now over here on the right, you should be able to see this is the same person.
Damn, that all I can say is AI is getting really good now.
It's not AI, it's actual Photoshop. And if you want to know how I can tell you that, let me just stretch it out a little here. What's this? What's that right there in the center of the screen? That's an artifact because he's bad at photoshopping. Also, notice, look at the head shape. Round head, not round head. Why? Because he stretched it he grabbed from the top here and the bottom there and did this. Pulled, except he didn't pull out the sides like that was, right? He just stretched to make it look like he didn't have a big fat round face. Johnny Fox. No one fucking believes that this is you. No one. Okay? You're fat. We all know it. You know it. Shut the fuck up. If you want to criticize Boogie for being fat, then do what I do. Look, it may not be fucking pretty, but I showed my fucking hanging ass arm skin. I still could use a few more fucking pounds, but I guarantee you, Johnny, you fat as hell, boy.
Yeah, those two pics look nothing alike.
Nothing. Yeah. He's been photoshopping this one picture of himself that he really likes for something like 8 years.
Yeah, no, I've seen all the variations of it. That one looks like Jesus Johnny Fox, and
which he's so proud of. Now he's calling himself Internet Jesus. I'm not kidding. Bro.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Of course he is.
Has he blocked you on Twitter so you could just show this on screen?
Let me see.
I'm gonna send you a DM real quick.
I'll probably be blocked after this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If you're not already, just by association with me. I sent you a link to his Twitter. And what I want you to look at is his bio.
All right, hold on.
Just so that the audience can see in real time that this motherfucker's calling himself Internet Jesus. Also, he simps for do you know who Sophia Narwitz is? Trans game critic that's ostensibly on the right, I guess.
I've heard of her, but I don't really follow her.
Well, there's a girl that was involved with Sophia in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if it was romantic or whatever. That Johnny Fox simps for super hard. And so if you can bring that up, I wanted to direct you to Johnny Fox simping for a tranny. Because, Sam, you and your boys do some simping on Twitter, right? And I've laid into you for it. But you'll feel a lot better about yourself when you see Johnny Fox's simping. I think you guys can get a pass just by comparing.
Okay, yeah, I'm not blocked.
Not yet.
Oh my God, Max, I've got to show this to you. This is
yeah.
Okay, share screen. Yeah.
He's an interesting dude. And watching him simp has been the funniest part of all this.
I mean, part of the simp is that part of the thing with us is we all give each other shit over it, right?
Right.
And
Well, but also
like,
you're not in those girls' mentions. He is.
right.
He is, and it's completely non-reciprocated from her. That's the funniest part. He has like cute little nicknames for her. He thinks they're basically in a relationship. So yes, okay. He changed it to from internet Jesus to Jesus lookalike. Admittedly, I did originally say internet Jesus. I think he realized that was too far. But then he turns around and says, "Don't pray to me. I talk about locales on YouTube." Ha ha ha. Now, what I would suggest, Sam, is you go down to replies. Just click replies and just scroll a little bit. And I'll tell you when it's good to read one of them. So obviously you want to skip that one.
Yeah. Okay. So this was the one that I want to point out, Max, just for you and for the audience. This was the last one that I saw like the other day.
No, that's the big one that you would have saw. I want you to see something else. So keep scrolling.
Okay.
Keep scrolling until it's Strawberry Narwhal, I think, is the name of the account you want to see. Him replying to Strawberry Narwhal. You'll find it, don't worry. Unless he's decided he's going to stop being there you go. See? The Fishy is the general in the Marines. She eats recruits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, he puts shit, he calls her Fish A, Fishay, and he's always doing comments like that in literally every tweet she makes. I think it's a she. It might be a I'm not sure. I don't know, but this is Johnny Fox's simping. Oh, you can keep going. There's worse. There's way worse than that.
Oh wait, there's.
There you go.
Oh my God.
She said I'm 5'2" and 35 years old, and Johnny completely unresponsive for no fucking reason said he's 6'2", 34 years old. Don't believe you, Johnny. I don't believe you're 6'2", and I know you're fat.
I want to see like someone likes this comment, so I want to see like.
You want to prove it, Johnny? Come meet me in person. Stand next to me. I'm 6'5". And that shit's on my license. I ain't gonna show that because I ain't gonna dox myself. But I'm 6'5", bro. There ain't no fucking denying or doubt about it. You see me? I'm a big fucking dude. I might not look. I don't know. I don't know if that comes across over a little webcam like this. Okay, but like I am a literal giant in a normal person's world trying to survive.
He's also something for one of Morpheus's friends, Goth Kitty, I guess.
No, that's because his Fishy was replying to Goth Kitty, so he's doing it too.
Okay.
But look at the one in between there. I see the Fishy again. She made a post, guys. So I see her. It's the creepiest fucking shit, dude. This dude does not know how to talk to broads. I make fun. Look, I gotta apologize. If you're one of those guys out there that I made fun of because you may lack some skills in terms of communication with women, I apologize because no matter how bad it is, you're not Johnny Fox.
Yeah. Well, and let this be a lesson to not, gentlemen, do not do this.
Yeah. Scroll down a little. This is the one I really wanted you to see.
I'm not that religious and I'm not Catholic at all, but the community that was saying yes is sending me.
Yeah. So somebody had said the Pope can't the Pope can just do whatever he wants unilaterally, and the community note said yes, and so that she expressed that was funny. And then look at Johnny's reply. I want you to read that.
fishy, not religious. Literally has Jesus as their number one fanboy. I was talking on. Oh my God.
So he's Jesus.
No, I want the audience to see this. Like, do you ever see me facepalm, Max?
Not often.
Yeah, this is me facepalming.
This one tweet here was worth all that setup.
He's even like doing the thing of like that boomers do, like adding gifs to like every reply.
Yeah, he's something else.
Just like, is he like, I'm honestly questioning, is he honestly 36 or is he older? Because like
He said 34. No, I believe that. He's like my brother's age. They were buddies, right? So that makes a little bit of sense that he would be. But he's also just like a stupid boomer. He's just not like
yeah,
an boomer. He just picked up all the worst boomer traits because he doesn't understand the internet. He thinks he does, though. He thinks he's like the champion of the internet. And he should decide who the lolcows are, right, guys? It's like, yeah, we should leave that up to lolcows, huh? Not even famous lolcows. Like, bro, he's making fun. Think about this. Johnny Fox is making fun of Boogie, DSP, and King Cobra JFS, right? What's the difference between Johnny Fox and all three of those gentlemen? Do you know?
I'm sorry, Max. I'm a little stunned. I'm just taking in the fact that, like,
those three guys, Boogie, King Cobra, and DSP, make money off of being a lolcow. Johnny Fox does not. Johnny Fox spends money advertising his channel and buying subs and bots to be a lolcow. He pays to be a lolcow. Damn. How much lower on the totem pole can you go?
I would just like to point out too that Johnny Fox plagiarized 7 books. What was it? 7 books that he allegedly published?
7, I'd have to ask my brother, because my brother's the one he plagiarized, for the audience that if you didn't know. Him and my brother wrote several books. This is how I came across the guy. They wrote several books together, and then after they had been published, Johnny Fox unilaterally took my brother's name off of it, which is plagiarism, which is illegal. My brother and him had some like disputes. They said they were going to sue each other. Then he said he was going to sue me, which, hey, Johnny, you still haven't fucking sued me, bitch.
How many books? Do you know how many books sold, quote unquote?
No, but I do know one thing. I know that when he said he was a best-selling author and said he had sold more than 10,000 copies, he did a Reddit AMA saying, I'm a best-selling author. And Reddit, not moderators, Reddit itself, the algorithm, auto-modded his thread and said, with a claim like that, you have to prove it. And then I guess he said, oh, yeah, I'm going to prove it or whatever. And they just closed the thread forever. Meaning he didn't prove it. So he said 10,000 at that point. Now he says something like 30,000 or something like that. I don't believe a word of it. Again, I've been over this, I think, on this show, but I've definitely been over it on my Johnny Fox streams. Major publisher deals, authors with a deal with Penguin Publishing. This came out in a court case last year. Generally sell less than 12 copies. So
yeah,
Johnny Fox selling 30,000 copies seems a little sus, considering that they're bad.
Yeah, no, I'd like to point out that my friend Eric Bishop, whose book I'm holding in my hand right now, is actually a fairly well-known independent author now. Go by his book. He's not claiming to sell 10,000 copies.
No, and he also doesn't need to, right? In terms of like pure
No.
financials, right? That's not how the economy of authors works anymore. Right? It's like because you cut the publisher in less, even if you're not self-published, right? Because it's easier to publish now, the publisher ends up getting, less than they would have like 30 years ago. And either way, your revenue share now is higher than it would have been traditionally. I haven't sold a lot of books myself, so maybe I'm wrong there, and maybe he could correct me. But my point is that great friend of the show, by the way, great shout out there to Eric. It was a great interview you did with him. He is making more probably per book. That offsets that he doesn't need to sell 100,000 copies. He needs to sell whatever. Like, I'm going to make up a number because I don't want to shit on him, but he needs to sell like 5,000 to his own, to his already fan bases. And that's going to make his money back. And then whatever beyond that, maybe, and maybe 5,000 is even saying a lot. Like maybe the number is 500 for him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know but the number is going to be really low of what he needs to sell to fucking kind of break even. Of course, you never just want to break even on an endeavor like that, but you see what I'm saying.
Right.
So just the concept of Johnny Fox selling 30,000, it doesn't even fit with the modern book economy.
My point is that like,
it's just bullshit on its face. Let's just be real. Everybody knows it's bullshit on its face. As soon as that guy opens his mouth, it's said.
Well, my overall point being is like people have at least heard of Eric, and he's not claiming to sell 30,000 copies, whereas like
I had heard of him. That's why I was like, holy shit, Sam got him on. That's fucking dope. And then it's like, oh yeah, I've been friends with him for years. It's like, oh, cool.
Yeah. No, that's my point.
Not like an unknown entity at all. Like,
that's
he is who Johnny Fox is pretending to be to some degree.
And at one point in the interview, I actually asked him like how much money he's made, and he was kind of like, I don't actually know off the top of my head. And I kind of asked that because like Johnny Fox like throws. The last time I heard Johnny Fox like talking about his book, he threw out like some arbitrary number of like, oh, I made like $10,000 in royalties. Well, really?
As somebody that gets royalties on a bunch of different things, okay, music, some other stuff, like I've been doing art a long time, okay? That's not how royalties work. That's not how royalties work. You don't get a $10,000 check for royalties. That's not how it works. And Eric has the honest answer of I don't know offhand. I would have to look at some of my receipts and go back through my finances to really answer that question. And it's kind of not worth it because it's also kind of a question that I don't want to answer anyway, right? That's the honest answer.
And that's why.
Because that would be if you ask me how much I've made off of royalties off of like the music I produced, I'd be like, I'd have to check. It's not infinitely substantial, but it's not insubstantial, but it's but if I were to ballpark it, I would get it completely wrong, because you're talking about, okay, like some of these places you get a check quarterly, some of them you get a check yearly, some of them you get a check monthly. It depends. Some of them you don't get a check for a long time because nobody buys your shit, and then you get a check for like $3. And these are all like, so yeah, like royalties just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, no, I get, like, for me, I get like I get so let's say that like
I also don't go around bragging about royalties because it's like bragging about like, oh wow, this month I got enough for like lunch.
yeah. No,
The struggle is real
actually,
for
like-
artists, and that's why him faking the funk is so fucking infuriating.
yeah, no, I mean, like
I
I'll
know
be
real
honest.
artists who are really good and really talented, who are actually, you know, struggling or like, you know, working their asses off. Like Eric. Eric's working his ass off. You could just tell.
Yeah.
And then you got a guy like this that just wants to tell fish stories. Like when he said he was signed by Penguin Publishing. Sam, have you seen that video I did where I called Penguin Publishing?
That was like one of your first videos I actually saw before I even like contacted you, because he had told me
That I'm the devil, or more or less. Yeah.
well, no, he told me that, but okay, so I know you've seen the one interview that I did with Johnny, but there was another interview that I did with Johnny that YouTube pulled, because in that same episode I talked about COVID, and yeah, that was one of the episodes that got deleted. But in that episode, he actually did tell me, now that I remember, that he had been like signed by like, I think it was Penguin Publishing. And so
Yeah.
I was like, and so I was kind of like, really? Well, like, that's interesting. How come and like, I wasn't even being like mean. I was like, I've never like seen your books in like any stores, before, anything like
Right. Yeah.
that. Like,
He makes these claims that are just fucking wild sometimes. Like, and you just know that he's full of shit, but he doesn't know that everybody knows he's full of shit. That's the funny part.
yeah.
He thinks that everybody believes him. And I just couldn't even believe, like, that's why I had to bring up Johnny Fox and all of this, even though I'm probably going to end up doing a stream on it, just to show you some of those simp posts and just to show you he's literally calling himself Jesus.
I mean, yeah, and the fact that he's doing the thing of like of literally replying to like every single like post that she makes too.
Yeah.
Like,
he's been doing that for years.
like, dude, the last time I did that was when I was like 13 on
The last
Facebook.
time I followed somebody like that and replied to every one of their posts, it was him.
Well, okay.
It was him.
Well, that okay.
I was mogging his ass.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit different though. I'm like talking like the last time I had a crush on a girl like that, and I was replying.
Yeah. I know. The last time I was single, there wasn't Twitter, so.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying though. It's like I was a stupid teenager when I was doing the shit that he's doing now.
No,
Like,
I mean that's part of my cultural disconnect from you and your boys there with the simp posts. I don't get it because I'm old.
no, but at
least what you guys are doing are just like ogling some hot wrestling chicks who, as I've said before, I don't actually see a problem with it because they're there to be ogled.
right,
if they weren't, then they wouldn't be in AEW.
But also, I've literally never replied to one of them either.
Your guys are there's a picture that one of you will share, or somebody will fucking post it, and one of you guys will reply to it, and then you're all basically like, "Wow, I'd let her whatever." That's not what he's doing, right? He's like every single time this bitch posts, he's like, your internet Jesus is here, fishy. Oh. This is the guy called. Okay, so that James Collins account, if you want to read that exchange, that's funny because that's the guy that calls Johnny out on fucking lying about Boogie. And he just calls him Boogie.
Dude, why did you block me in DMs? Atrax has a full explanation of what happened the other day. You accused a big YouTuber of doxing with no proof. You should post a retraction. Oh, fuck off, Boogie. You were in my chat last night, trying to come to my house again because you got your feelings hurt, for fuck's sake.
Everybody's Boogie. Boogie's in the trees. Is Boogie in the room with us right now? We got the offensive.
How can you how can you be this dumb? Like, why do you think every account is Boogie? That's like me guessing if every account is Elon Musk. That's actually a pretty good retort.
Yeah. He definitely is winning the exchange, right?
Okay. Then Johnny says, and folks, for those listening, like, I'm literally reading this.
Yeah.
Get out of my mentions and
it's
go
going
play.
to be a rough one for our audio listeners because we got some visual
Yeah.
today. I apologize.
Well, no, and also, like, I'm clarifying that, like, I'm not telling people to go play in traffic. Johnny is telling people to go play in
True.
traffic.
Yeah, that was your angle. I just actually genuinely, because we do have audio listeners, ladies and gentlemen. We have audio listeners. In fact, we get pretty good plays on Spotify, and I know that there's video on it, but like for me, I just put it on and listen. So yeah, we gotta show more respect to the audio listeners. Maybe sometime we'll do something that's like only for the audio listeners. Actually, isn't that like what the Monday show, Ben? You have some pretty fire Monday shows that, by the way, if you're just watching on Rumble, you're missing like half the content from the last month.
Yeah, no, I mean, there is a video element on there's still a video element on the Monday shows, and the reason why I didn't do a show on Monday was honestly because I just didn't have time. But
but like the previous couple weeks, I mean, you'd had guests on. Those ones aren't on Rumble. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed his interview with, I believe the Eric Bishop one is Spotify only.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. If you want to hear that interview, if you want to see, I apologize because I forget her name, but the Israeli woman you talked to,
Itana Hedged.
Yeah. I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I've known her for years, and I still butcher her name.
Well, that's why I say I would rather not even try.
No,
take a chance at it. But that interview, that's on Spotify. I mean, you guys, if you're into it, we've actually had some of the best content Sam's done, the last couple of months has been on Spotify. Just heads up.
Yeah, well, and I mean, also,
if you're there and you're listening, give them a follow on Spotify. It really helps out.
And also give us a rating on Spotify as well. Because listen, it's not much, but once we can get into the ad revenue program again, it does help after a bit. So
everybody helps, and we don't want to have, like, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to have to be like all these fucking people. Like Johnny Fox is a good example, who they get their fucking donation link up there, and they're like, half their show. If you notice, we don't fucking sit and fucking grift and shill, all kinds of shit. Sam, he'll shill his book. Well, he's selling you a product. That's not the same thing. And that's an intentional decision on the part of us, like not just Sam, but like the whole of, like, Right to Offend Media and in the whole operation here is we don't want to beg you. We don't want to mersh you. We don't want to grift. We don't want to get a collection plate out and say, please donate. Like, that shit is fucking lame. Did Rush Limbaugh beg his audience for money? Did Don Imus beg his audience for money? Like, I don't So we'd rather not.
Well,
We'd rather have
well,
some
Max.
integrity.
Well, Max, Rush had Rush 24/7. Yeah, and he sold memberships for you to get the
Hey, I got no
on-demand
problem with that,
podcast.
dude. The Pod Awful Pizza Fund is one of the best values you'll find in any of this. If you're into like edgy, low-cal humor, podawful.pizza, bro. I'll shill his shit. I don't even fucking get. It's not about the shilling,
Yeah.
but some things we will ask you if you can fucking help us out. A follow on Spotify, that's one of those things. I don't even like saying that, but it does help.
The,
You know? But we
the
don't
thing
want to
is,
fucking. We don't want to be like, oh, super chats 99% of the fucking day. Now, we're not even saying that, like, there's links for that shit. If you want to send money, we'll probably read your fucking chat for free. Except, you know, there's a lot tonight. I want to just shout out to Silly Kelly 420 and read some of their chats from tonight because some of them are fucking funny.
Sure.
Especially without the context of what we're saying at the time. It's even better. And we'll just show you. These are all free chats. See, we don't even care. It's not even about super chats. Silly Kelly 420 says, I farted in a jar and give it to him. What is that in reference to? I don't fucking know.
Probably.
Then he let my fart loose on the Kurds. Saddam gassing his own people. Okay. Everything is so black and white if my CNN masters say so. Damn pussies not wanting to discuss borders. Bastards. They live, we sleep. They live, we sleep. Should have been gay with his cousin like Ben 10. Sam be like Ben 10. Max, make gay sex porn for incest, My Little Pony, or it's not art. There you go. And then he said, I'm a pussy and I don't think comedy is art. It's not art unless Ben is fucking Gwen. I'm not sure what that references. Is that a THC vape? He's smoking crack. Oh shit. I bet he mixes the THC with baking soda. Oh shit. That really was crack. Do the kowtow. And then fake Johnny looks like he is writing Industrial Society and its consequences. Oh damn, Johnny. You got wrecked from chat. Shout out to Silly Kelly 420 for being lively in chat today. Like I say, you know, we'll read the shit. It's not even about that.
Also, shout out to Morpheus, who recently got his copy of Shadows of Deception, which by the way, Johnny, I've fucking outsold you.
Yep.
And I've only written one book, and yes, I did use ChatGPT partially, but I've still told you, and I've just written one.
Well, as I understood
so
it,
far.
I feel like you sell yourself short when you say that, because as I understood it, you had fully written this before. This wasn't something that you just whipped up in ChatGPT. What you used ChatGPT for, as I understand it, was basically editing. Copy.
Yeah,
editing.
I basically fed my rough drafts into it like 3 or 4 times and tweaked it.
I just don't want you to sell yourself short like people think this is a fucking ChatGPT book. No, this is a Sam book.
Yeah. No, and it definitely
if you haven't read it, if you read it, you'll know it's a fucking Sam book. Like his personality is all on it.
Yeah, and also if you know me RL, you'll know some of the people I've based my characters off of.
There you go.
Too.
How's ChatGPT gonna do that? Yeah, I just want you to get yourself a little bit of credit, right? Because you always say, well, I use ChatGPT, but it's like, but what did you use it for? Because there's some people out there that'll just have ChatGPT write a whole fucking thing for them.
Yeah, which like I've done that just as an experiment, just to see like how bad it can get, and it can get pretty.
Yeah,
it can get pretty bad.
The scale of what shit comes out of ChatGPT goes from mediocre to bad. There's really no good. It's all either middle of the road or like awful.
it doesn't even do search queries all that well. And no, I haven't tried Grok yet or whatever Elon's pushing because that just if I want if I want Grok, I'll just go talk to Kurt Doolittle. And Kurt's an actual human.
I was thinking about this earlier, mentioning that, shout out to Kurt Doolittle, good friend of the show. We're going to try and get him back on to talk about the AI thing. I did put a message into him recently, but he's a really busy guy. So, we'll see. But I do want to point out that I was talking about young men in school, okay? And this is why I want to talk about Kurt for a second. If you're a young man and, an adult, 18, because I don't know if they allow minors, but I would say that there's a really wonderful resource that Kurt is in the process of building right now at the Institute, the Proprietarian Institute, which is his movement or whatever you want to call it. It's his foundation. And they're pushing towards kind of countering the anti-masculine schooling stuff. They're offering therapy for young men. They're offering counseling on how to learn better social skills for young men, because there's a lot of young autistic men that are really into this philosophy. How to better yourself. Courses on how to be better at business. All kinds of wonderful, not from the left, not from the mainstream, educational advantages that you as young men can take advantage of. Go check out the Proprietarian Institute. I believe it's proprietarianinstitute.com. And Kurt is doing really wonderful work helping young men. And if you're a young man in need of that kind of guidance, there is no better person I could send you to.
I'll post Kurt's I'll put Kurt's profile up on screen for just a sec for those of you watching. But I think this is the same thing, but he
the natural law.
Sorry,
it used to be the Proprietarian Institute. Now he's going with the Natural Law Institute. Apologies.
Proprietarianism is his philosophy, I guess. But the Natural Law Institute is the actual organization, and I've gone on their website, and it's pretty. It is pretty impressive, actually.
Part of what he's doing that I'm talking about was the rebranding from Proprietarian to Natural Law Institute. So that's my bad for kind of missing, because it was Proprietarian Institute for quite a long time. But naturallawinstitute.com. There's resources for young men on there. I highly suggest, if you're one of the young men who could use resources like that, go just check it out. There's no pressure, and I don't get anything out of it. I'm not shilling it. I just think that he's offering actual useful services for young men.
Yeah, and here's the actual, for those of you watching, it's naturallawinstitute.com for the audio listeners. For those of you watching,
go back down a little bit. Right there. Salisbury, Mass. Oh, I missed it. Damn. Sorry, Kurt. I was busy.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to. I didn't know if that would be.
I absolutely would have gone. I don't even think he would have fucking charged me. Shit, I should have fucking looked at the website. God damn it. Oh well.
Well,
we'll link up. We'll link up later, Kurt. He lives in the area. It's fine. Apologies, I missed that. That sucks.
Yeah, well, I know that he comes to Florida too, so I'm sure that
he travels. Yeah, he's all over.
I'm sure that I'll link up to him along with another friend of the show, maybe. So, but yeah, I mean, there's the website for those of you watching. I've looked at it. It's the other thing I like about it is it's not like it's not super grifty like Cobra Tate is. So
Yeah, Kurt. It's not about the money right now at that point in his life, right? He's building something he truly believes in. And if you look at the concepts and I hate to get too nerdy about this, but if you look into the concepts of proprietarianism and natural law that he's talking about, what it really provides, to put it as simply as possible, is that the left has like an operational language that they use to espouse their ideas and sound like it's a legitimately intellectual thing. What Kurt is doing and why it's so important is he's providing a counter operational language from the right that we can use. And if you think I'm good at communicating like my ideas, part of that is thanks to Kurt and the precepts of natural law. So
yeah, same here. Like I've gotten better at communicating my ideas thanks to him.
I am not a member of the Natural Law Institute. Kurt is just a friend that we've known for several years because we've been interested in his philosophy. But I what he's doing now, I strongly support. So I want to, since we were thinking about it, thinking about education and boys, and then talking to Kurt, I had to get this out there. But I think we've covered everything and then some. So yeah, check out naturallawinstitute.com.
Yeah,
a lot of great stuff there, and more to come as far as he's told me.
Yeah, and I'll be looking forward to having him on.
I mean, they are offering classes. They're offering literal counselors, life coaches, therapists, all kinds of stuff,
which is awesome. Max, next week is Thanksgiving. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a show on that week, just because
hold on. You gonna be there?
I'll be there. I'll be there I'll be there on Wednesday if you are.
Yeah, I'm gonna triple down on my history of Thanksgiving then.
Okay. Well, yeah, then I'll save the what we're thankful for next week then. If you weren't gonna be here, I was gonna suggest doing it now, but no, we'll cover it next week. So
I mean, it's obvious. I'm thankful for my family, man, each and every day.
Well, I'm thankful for my family, and I'm also thankful for America too.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, I know that sounds a little the country is falling apart. I'm still thankful to be here.
I'm glad to have been part of this crazy experiment, no matter what happens. I still believe that this is the greatest country on earth. This is the greatest country on earth. And not only that, it will be the greatest country on earth till the end of time, even if it goes away.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing like the USA. God bless it, baby.
I agree. So,
and we're taking it back, motherfucker. Sam, maybe on the air is not the best fucking thing to ambush you with this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Trump gets reelected. Are we all going to the inauguration? I know I probably am.
Oh yeah.
We should all meet up at the inauguration.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, for sure we are. That's
that includes listeners, as long as you're not going to kill me. Well, I mean, if you want to try, I guess that's fine.
You know what? I'll throw in. You know what? I'll add something in. If we go to Washington, D.C., and you're there, and you have a copy of Shadows of Deception, or hopefully by then the other two books in the series, I will sign your book for you.
That's right.
So
maybe we'll throw like a crippled kegger or something.
That is the perfect name.
Sam Whitfield's
Kegger.
crippled kegger. Right? We can fucking market that shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna get some fucking music acts.
I
We're
like
do it. We're gonna do it up big, baby.
I like it. Well, we can even do like t-shirt merch and shit like that too, right?
Fuck yeah.
So.
We'll go all in. We'll have a fucking grand old time. Smuly may or may not be there, and you may or may not meet him, and you may or may not even know it's him. Whoa.
I will say this. I don't think we'd be doxing him to say that like he looks a lot different than what you think a Smuly would look like.
I can't confirm or deny that because I've known him so long that he looks exactly like what I think he looks like, right? You know?
Okay, yeah. Well, just from my perspective, he looks a lot different than I thought he would, in a good way, though. Yeah. So.
He's a special boy, but yeah. Fucking crippled kegger. I just came up with that. I think that would work.
Crippled kegger, January 2024.
That's right. So what that means is that the keg is going to have a chair next to it, and you can only take beer from the keg in the chair. You can't stand up because it's a crippled kegger.
Well,
check your fucking working leg privilege, motherfucker. And then if you get too drunk, you have to crawl to the bathroom. Obligated.
Oh, yeah. Well,
obligated. You have to crawl.
Well, shit.
And maybe you can challenge Sammy to a crawling race, but I think he'll win.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure he will win.
Oh yeah.
So y'all gave up crawling while you was fucking one, right? But Sammy has been mastering the crawl ever since.
Well, not just that. I may or may not have mastered the drunk crawl.
I'm sure you've mastered the drunk. That's probably the only crawl you really want to master if you think about it.
No, and that's one that like everyone should master, just because.
Yeah, the benefit of crawling when you're drunk though is like if you're that fucked up, right? You're about to be sick or something. At least it's a lot easier to just give up.
That is true.
If you do that when you're standing up, you're gonna fall down, right? You can't just pass out, right? But if you're crawling, less risk of head injury.
Yeah, no, I actually, one of my friends in college actually got down on his knees and started crawling to the toilet just so he wouldn't fall down drunk.
So we need a keg. We need to rent like 3 wheelchairs. So everybody has to ride wheelchairs around, and we'll just have the crippled kegger. Oh my god! And I'll book a band to be fucking Timmy and the Lords of the Underworld.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Timmy! That would be bass. I'll sing the Timmy part. It's fine.
And then we can also have the band doing that cover of living in a chair instead of living on a prayer. Which
we need Ricky Berwick.
I can't even play living on a chair due to copyright on here.
Has anybody done Cripple Stock?
No, but that sounds genius.
Well, hold on. We don't know. We don't know. Cripple Stock shotgun. No, Cripple Stock. I feel like we need Cripple Stock. Just the mecca for cripples, get all the famous ones. Morpheus gotta go. Now's the time. You won't come on the show?
Definitely.
You come into that inauguration though, and you're coming to that cripple kegger.
Oh, for sure.
And then you and Sam are gonna go fucking drink for drink until the first one of you passes out. I'm not sure who I'd bet on. Probably you.
I wouldn't underestimate him though.
Yeah, that's why it's hard. That's why I'm like, I'm probably it's tough. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. And then we'll have push-up competitions.
Oh yeah.
No, like I think if we could actually book a venue for fucking a cripple kegger or cripple stock, I feel like then if we approached Ricky Berwick with that, he would probably do it. I feel like this is a better idea than it should be.
The other
Let me
thing is,
know, audience. Cripple stock. What do you think? Too much? Not enough?
I listen.
Look,
I'm
says
already
cripple in the fucking Bible. Jesus loved the cripples. Right? This is not like if you're offended by that fucking word, then there's something wrong with you.
It's not a slur.
No.
I want to make that clear.
Would Jesus refer to people that he was saving their soul by a slur? Come on.
Well, newsflash, retard isn't even a slur. Honestly, it's a medical term.
Right. Yeah. Like when you use
what
retardant. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's just a word that means a thing. But cripple specifically, I always point out, it's like Jesus saved cripples. He healed them.
Yeah.
And lepers. And prostitutes. And fucking everything else. Like, y'all, Christians be so fucking judgy, but Jesus wasn't. Jesus hung out with the cool people.
Well, no. I actually feel like I've said this before. I feel like the term differently abled is like more offensive than crippled.
Well, the implication is like you have some different ability. So like it's like, oh, so you got a superpower? Oh no, your legs just don't work. Okay, so that's not differently abled, it's disabled.
No, I love the cope that, well, your disability is your superpower. I'm like,
how
the fuck does that? No, it's not even how. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
Like,
explain.
Yeah.
Like, no, because if you could not have these problems to overcome, I'm pretty sure he would choose that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, at the same time, he never got that option, so it's not like it's just his life, man. Just like my life was being a fucking, with a heart attack, right? It's like, I didn't, so silly, differently abled, or I always liked handy capable. That one just, whatever reason, makes me laugh. I'm not handicapped. I'm handy capable. Capable of what? Are you capable of fucking walking? No. Well, then maybe you're handicapped.
The thing with the handy capable thing is it was funny until people started using unironically.
Well, yeah. Well, George Carlin said it in a bit, and it was funny. And then actual like cat ladies started saying it. And here's the thing. I've known a lot of people who were in some way, shape, or whatever disabled, in wheelchairs, in whatever, and not one of them ever wanted to be called handy capable.
No,
or fucking differently abled, or anything like that. If you say anything, I feel like disabled is probably like the most common, like polite one.
Yeah.
But like,
well, because like talking as someone who actually like is disabled, like that's the most straightforward one. Like,
right. There's an ability that you are lacking, hence dis, the Latin prefix for not having, right?
Yeah.
Disabled. It's a fucking technical term.
Yeah. Differently abled, like that. Like, if you're playing like 20 questions, eventually it will get like tedious and like you get bored. That's what the handicapable thing is, because then you have to like answer 20 questions from like the person, and it becomes a whole thing, and you're bored, or at least I am.
Yeah.
So.
It's like, or I love the one where like a lot of people will just treat you like you're a child, like you're a grown ass man, and you're talking polite and like an adult, and they still treat you like a child. I see that a lot, and I'm just my father-in-law. He's in his 50s, motherfucker, and motherfuckers would be like, "Oh," they literally talk baby talk. It's like, bro, he broke his back, not his brain. What the fuck is wrong with you?
My favorite one is when they talk real slow, like this,
slow and loud, to make sure that you understand, with that uptick, right?
Yes. So then what
hold on. That's how I talk to people here who don't speak English, by the way. Yeah, if you just speak louder and slower, like they're a child, right? That's who you do that. You don't do that to the cripple guy, because he's probably like, bitch, shut the fuck up. But the guy that the fucking illegal that speaks Spanish, if you just speak slow and loud, and like they try to understand, this is the funny part, they try to understand you when you do that.
No, what's funny for me is when
the
people
cripples get mad. The cripples get mad, but the fucking Mexicans are like, no comprende.
No, what I do is I did this on accident. Like some person actually like did the thing where they were like speaking slowly to me in an uptick, and I honestly swear to God thought they were retarded or mentally disabled.
Yeah,
and I was trying to help them, not realizing that they were trying to help me. So
that sounds about right. Yeah, I got this one friend. He was my father-in-law. I was gonna say my pops. My father-in-law. I called him pops. His friend John is he's cerebral palsy. He's in his 70s, right? And so like his speech has obviously deteriorated because he's in his 70s now, right?
Yeah,
I believe he's also got Parkinson's, so it's really rough, right?
Oof.
Yeah, so what a 1-2 fucking combo for this man. And so everybody thinks he's a retard, like a literal drooling fucking retard. Dude, I played chess with the fucking guy. Yeah, he had a hard time moving the pieces, but he could fucking tell me, like bishop to A4 or whatever. Like I'd move his pieces for him, but he fucking kicked my ass. Also, the man knows wrestling history like no one I fucking know, but like nobody would be friends with except my pops, because my pops is not a judgy fucking dude, right? Nobody would be friends with him because they were all like felt bad for the retard, and it's like, he's a fucking he's got a master's degree, right? He ran his own business for 30 years, right? He has Parkinson's and cerebral palsy, but there's nothing wrong with his actual like thinking. You fucking asshole. You fucking asshole. He ain't stupid. He just, his body don't work the way he wants it to. Fuck. Just talk to him for a few minutes. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard because he's got Parkinson's, makes it kind of tough. I don't know. I guess sometimes people don't take the time to listen.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. Is people.
But in your
really.
case, they don't need to. It's not like you have trouble speaking.
No,
You do a
I
fucking
have
talk
the-
show.
I have the opposite problem. Sometimes people will have a hard time getting me to shut up. Honestly,
I'm sure sometimes you speak over people's heads. I have that problem.
I do.
That's why we seek out conversations like this, you know?
My favorite thing to do was one time all the like liberal feminists were like trying to recruit me as their ally in college, and I was like, right, I also agree with feminism. When are we going to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
And it went over their head. It went over their heads completely.
Oh, I bet.
So
Let's go. Get rid of those burkas. Nowadays, now they might know. Now it might not.
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Now they might be like, kill this infidel. God, the white women in
Yeah.
America have all become terrorist supporters. Jesus, what is happening?
Yeah. So. But
maybe get a
anyway.
Hispanic girlfriend. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, gentlemen. White women be crazy.
Well, I'm in Florida,
not all.
I'm in Florida, so I have the chance for Cuban. So
yeah. I mean,
so.
if she can cook, ooh, there you go.
Yeah.
Cuban woman who can cook. First of all, she's probably gonna hate communism just by being Cuban. And that's a plus.
Yeah. Well, that that's.
And if she can fucking cook some good, authentic fucking Cuban American food. Because see, this is the thing people don't know. Like, if you're not from, I guess, Florida or haven't spent much time there, Cuban American food is different than Cuban food. Because, see, in Cuba, they're communists, so they don't have food.
Yeah.
Cuban American food is fucking bomb. Cuban food is like a cardboard box.
Literally.
So, there's that. You get a Cuban woman who can cook. You at least know she's not going to be fucking pro-communism and she can cook.
Well,
that's a 10 out of 10 right there.
Yeah.
Even if she's like a 3, man, that's still like that averages out to at least a 7.
Yeah. Well, if she doesn't support communism, she's at least a 5 right there.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Well, that's why 7, because that also can cook good, authentic Cuban American Cubano cuisine.
Yeah.
They don't generally say Cuban American, they say Cubano.
Definitely. See,
which I would too, because it's shorter, right? So it makes more sense. Imagine having to say I'm an Irish American every fucking time I talk about my ethnicity. Right? Just fucking Irish, just American. It makes more sense to me.
I just call myself a potato slur. So
there you go. I do love some potatoes.
I do too.
My boy just got a Mr. Potato Head, but they took Mr. out of it, so it's just Potato Head. And I was like, it was at a family get together. There was a room full of people, and my wife was like, "Wait, they don't call him Mr. Potato Head anymore?" And I said, "Hun, you're being very transphobic right now." Oh man. She looked she looked at me with like the death look, because she knew what I was doing. She knew what I was doing. And she was fucking furious, but she didn't want to lash out at me because then she looks bad, right? Man, you gotta troll your wife, gentlemen. You gotta troll your wife.
Yeah. True.
I say that, but like my wife puts up with a lot, and like a lot of women would not.
She puts up with me, so you know.
She puts up with my shit for fucking almost fucking 2 decades now. So I think I've said this before. I used to run around the mall chasing her and using my retard voice. Whoa, love you.
Yeah.
And everybody look at her like she's the bad one, you know, because I did a good job. I was a good actor.
Yeah.
I was just pretending to be retarded, guys. Nobody thinks you're pretending to be retarded. That's the beauty of it. So if you actually do that, you can get away with it. But you gotta